A pleasant good morning to the Honorable John Briceño, Prime Minister of Belize, his ministers, ministers of state, to the Honorable Tracy Panton, Leader of the Opposition and members on her side of the House, and to you, Madam Speaker, honorable members, let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, through Jesus Christ, who has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom and justice, please assist our Belizean government and the people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our objective. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may preserve in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessing of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to your eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen and amen.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Good morning, honorable members.
Morning.
First, we extend a appreciation to Pastor Shaw for the prayers. I'm also obliged to notify members that we've received absences from the following members: member for Belize Rural North, member for Belize Rural South, member for Orange Walk South, member for Orange Walk East, member for Queen Square, and member for Cayo West. I'd also like to take a brief moment to notify members that we, as you can see, are still meeting in the temporary location of the House of Representatives. We have experienced a few delays. It's about a 3-month delay. Therefore, we anticipate that the first regular business sitting in the new year of 2026 should be in the newly renovated National Assembly. I take the opportunity to extend appreciation to the board, management, and staff of the George Price Center, who have been more than accommodating to us with the delays. Honorable members, with the consent of the House, I propose to vary the order of the sitting today to allow the introduction of bills at item 12 on the order paper to be taken after the Committee of Supply at item 14. This is to allow the introduction of the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2024-2025 number 2 Bill 2025 and the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2025-2026 Bill 2025, which, according to Standing Orders 71 of the House, cannot be introduced until the proposals have been approved by the Committee of Supply and agreed to by the House. I therefore propose that the House resolve into a Committee of Supply on the item Government Business. Is it the wish of the honorable members that the order be varied as suggested? All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Papers.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Investment and Economic Transformation, Civil Aviation and E-Governance.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. But before I start, we're so happy to see you back. and that you're looking in great form. Despite the scare, you look younger. You know? But we were very happy. But at the same time, I think it's important for me to put on the records of this honorable house all of us appreciation to the honorable member from Belize Rural North, Marconi Leal Jr. Despite young in age, I think he acted quite admirably during your time, during your absence. So again, I want to put our records of appreciation for the work that Mr. Honorable Leal did during that time. Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional papers HR 33A114, the supplementary appropriation number 2, scheduled for fiscal year 2024-2025. HR 33B114, supplementary appropriation scheduled for fiscal year 2025-2026. HR 34114, Belize Government Lotteries Limited, Bolido, financial statements for the year ended March 31st, 2025. Madam Speaker, if you just allow me for one moment, Madam Speaker, I think it's important for us to inform not the Honorable Justice, Honorable House, but the entire country that this Bolido was given to a UDP crony for about 11 years. Monies that could have come to the coffers of this, the government and for the people of this country. But the UDP decided to give it to a highly connected UDP crony, which we know his name. When they started a court case, that person even showed his face as an interested party. When all along he said that he had no interest, he's showing him. He showed his face as an interested party during that time, and the record is there to show. But we decided that this Bolido have to come back to the people. And so we took our time to ensure that, there come the lawsuits and make sure that we do it properly. In the first few months of its operation in 2024, it did $5.8 million. At that time when they were paying, they started off with $2 million, and then the second contract, they took it up to $2.5 million. In the first 12 months of the financial operations of Fui Bolido, Madam Speaker, the revenues that we had was $123.2 million was sold. And we paid off $105 million back to the Belizean people. After expenses for the people of this country, this government took back the Bolido, and I take great pride to report that this first 12 months, April 2024 to March 2025, we earned $16,704,154. And I don't mention name over there, but we know who was the architect in making sure that the UDP crony get this. And I wonder if they give no money for the party, because that's the line where they always use, give it to you and we do it for the party. But I'm sure that they didn't get no kind of money for one party, not for the UDP party it was all about. And you know what, Madam Speaker, from the revenues and the sales and so forth, what's going on right now, Fui Bolido is projected that by the end of March of next year, for this second year that we have a full year of operations, it is projected to have profits of way over $20 million, Madam Speaker. This was the gift that the other side said that they identified for Belize. This is the gift they gave to this crony, which was supposed to be for the party. So I had to mention this to put it in the records, Madam Speaker, and for the rest of the Belizean all across this country, understand what these people did when they took away the Bolido from them and gave it to this individual. I now move to sessional paper 35-114, the Social Security Board Actuarial Performance Analysis of the Social Security Scheme at December 31st, 2023, HR 36-114, Social Security Board Financial Statements for the year ended 31st December 2023, and Independent Auditor's Report, HR 37-114, the General Sales Tax Amendment Number 2, Regulations 2024.
That should be 2025, just for the record, Madam Clerk. Honorable members, sessional papers numbers HR 33A/114 and HR 3B/114 are referred to the Committee of Supply for examination, consideration, and report. And sessional papers numbers HR 34114, HR 35/114, and HR 36/114, as well as HR 37/114 are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Food Security and New Growth Industries.
Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 37A/1/14, Supplies Control Prices Amendment number 33, Regulations 2025.
Honorable members, that paper is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Sustainable Development, Climate Change, Solid Waste Management.
Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional papers number HR 38/1/14, Refrigeration Technicians Licensing Regulations 2025, and number HR 39/1/14, Environmental Protection, the Ozone Layer Protection Regulations 2025.
Honorable members, those papers are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Constitution and Religious Affairs, Indigenous Affairs, and Transportation.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Constitution, Religious Affairs, Indigenous Affairs, and Transportation.
Good morning, Madam Speaker and colleagues. I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 40/1/14, Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Regulation of Transport at Border Points, Revised Amendment number 2, Regulations 2025. Thank you.
Honorable members, that paper is ordered to lie on the table.
Presentation of reports from select committees.
I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Good morning again, Madam Speaker. I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 41/1/14, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on this will be a difficult one too, deoxyribonucleic acid bill. DNA bill, Madam Speaker, 2025. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Natural Resources and Environment Committee.
Morning, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to present this late to the table sessional paper number HR 42/1/14, report from the Natural Resources and Environment Committee on the Climate Change and Carbon Market Initiative Bill 2025.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Public Business, Government Business, Committee of Supply.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a Committee of Supply under the chair of the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Investment, Economic Transformation, Civil Aviation and E-Governance. In accordance with Standing Order 65, the deliberations of this committee shall not take place in public. Therefore, I must ask the visitors and the media to kindly leave during this portion of the meeting. You, of course, may return after the Committee of Supply has concluded its business.
Motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, this is a supplementary appropriation number 2, scheduled for fiscal year 2024-2025, motion 2025. I move that the Committee of Supply has met and approved the proposal set out in the sessional paper number HR 33A 114, supplementary appropriation schedule number 2 for fiscal year 2024-2025. I now seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to agree that the proposal approved by the Honorable House to agree with the proposal approved by the Committee of Supply.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that this Honorable House agrees with the proposal approved by the Committee of Supply for supplementary appropriation number 2 scheduled for fiscal year 2024-2025, motion 2025. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, this is a supplementary appropriation schedule for fiscal year 2025-2026, motion 2025. I move that the Committee of Supply has met and approved the proposal set out in the sessional paper number HR 33B 114, supplementary appropriation schedule for fiscal year 2025-2026. I now seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to agree with the proposal approved by the Committee of Supply.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that this Honorable House agrees with the proposal approved by the Committee of Supply for supplementary appropriation schedule for fiscal year 2025-2026, motion 2025. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, this is the Caribbean Development Bank 8 Road Project, George Price Highway, Belize City to Hattieville Loan Motion 2025. Madam Speaker, I move whereas Section 3.1 of the Loans Caribbean Development Bank Act 20, Chapter 2074 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2003, provides that, subject to such conditions as may be agreed between the Government of Belize and the Caribbean Development Bank, the government may borrow from the bank from time to time such sums as may be required by the government. And whereas Section 3.2 of the said Act further provides that no agreement in respect of sums borrowed under the powers conferred by Section 3.1 shall be executed unless the terms and conditions thereof has been first approved by a resolution of the House of Representatives to that effect. And whereas the bank has offered to lend to the government of Belize the equivalent of US $34,524,000, the loan from the bank's ordinary capital resources and its special funds resources. And whereas the purpose of the loan is to provide financing for the rehabilitation and improvement of approximately 24 kilometers of the George Price Highway from Belize City to Hattieville, thereafter called the project. And whereas the project will, among other things, improve the geometry of the road to international standards, improve drainage, increase the road elevation at selected locations to enhance its resilience to climate hazards, and improve safety for all road users. The project would also finance the replacement of the Burden Canal Bridge. And whereas the loan is being offered on the following terms: from the bank's ordinary capital resources, the OCR, US $25,982,000 to be repaid in 68 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments commencing 5 years after the date of the loan agreement. Interest at the rate of 4.9% per annum to be paid quarterly on the outstanding OCR portion of the loan. A commitment fee of 1% to be paid quarterly on the unwithdrawn portion of the loan from time to time to accrue from the 60th day after the date of the loan agreement. From the bank's special funds resources, the SFR, from the Italian line of credit, EU 8 million EU dollars, equivalent to $8,560,000 US dollars, to be repaid in 68 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments commencing 5 years after the date of the loan agreement. Interest at the rate of 1.4% per annum to be paid quarterly on the outstanding SFR portion of the loan. The loan shall be fully disbursed by 31st December 2027 or such later date as the bank may specify in writing. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize in its endeavor to rehabilitate the George Price Highway to improve the efficiency, safety, accessibility, and resilience of Belize's most heavily trafficked road network, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan agreement with the Caribbean Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver this said agreement. This has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Madam Speaker, just to add a little bit more by way of explanation. This project is the improvement, as I mentioned, of the 24-kilometer section of the George Price Highway from Belize City to Hattieville, and to improve its safety, accessibility, and efficiency in Belize. And the expected outcome of the project is improved efficiency, accessibility, safety, and resilience of the George Price Highway, again from Belize City to Hattieville. This will, among other things, improve this road to international standards. And we all travel that road, I mean, most of us several times a week, and we can see how dangerous that portion of the road has become. And we have to improve the drainage and increase the road elevations at selected locations to enhance its resilience to climate hazards and to improve safety for all road users. We know that whenever we have a big storm hitting this area, or in the Belize city area, that area is the first area that gets flooded out. And during hurricanes, many instances, Belize is cut off from this part of the country. So it's important, as a minister, and I'm sure he will be able to explain more for infrastructure development, has pointed out that the amount of water now that we are having, the drains that were put in there probably about 50 years or so ago, cannot withstand that deluge that's coming through these drains and these culverts. So we have to be putting way much bigger culverts, more of them, and also raise the level of that road. Also the Burden Canal, all of us know about the Burden Canal Bridge, and many of us, we know, especially when you're coming up, you have to slow down because the slope ends up being high and then it goes down quickly right on a curve, on both sides from curves. And we know that area can be very, very dangerous, and you can easily lose control of a vehicle. That bridge was constructed in 1988, which does not meet the American Association of State Highway and Transport Officials, HL 93 Vehicular Live Road, a standard adopted by the government for all new structures on our main highways. Given that the George Price Highway is a vital transport link, and using this code for bridge designs, we have to ensure that all our bridges can safely support all these trucks with a lot of weight, with goods that they're traveling across this country. So this project provides access to the commercial center in Belize City for a high volume of high and light goods vehicles. Similarly to other highway sections, its improvement will positively impact safety, travel times, and vehicle operating costs, thereby creating improved conditions for trade, social, and economic development. This project will be implemented by MIDH through its Project Execution Unit over a 42-month period commencing November 1st, 2024 and ending April 30th, 2028. I know you refer to the 2024, but a lot of work had to be done to get to this point, and it started from way back then. So I just wanted to clarify that. So that said, Madam Speaker, thank you so much.
I recognize Leader of Opposition, Member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And good morning, colleagues. I rise this morning not to quibble over engineering designs or line markings on a highway, but to call out, Madam Speaker, in the strongest possible terms, yet another loan signing agreement that it seems that this House of Representatives has been relegated to. Madam Speaker, this is not a motion just about 15 miles of roads from Belize City to Hattieville. This, Madam Speaker, is $69 million in new debt. This, Madam Speaker, represents 22 years of repayment. And let me put that in perspective, Madam Speaker. Most students who attend primary, secondary, and even tertiary education, it doesn't take them 22 years to get through school. So imagine, Madam Speaker, that a young student who starts today, in 22 years, they will still be saddled with this debt payment. If my math is correct, this $69 million represents $4.6 million a mile. And the government comes to us in this honorable house simply expecting a nod, a clap, approval. No questions are to be asked. No information is provided, as though we are negotiating chump change, as many of us would say. This, Madam Speaker, if my information is right, and I believe it is, represents the most expensive stretches of highway the country has ever seen. And Belizeans, that's not a highway, but I hear you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, while many families, and I tell you, many families cannot meet their grocery bills, many families cannot access adequate health care. Many of our young people are not able to find decent jobs in which they can build a long-term career, while many of our medical clinics and our schools continue to be under-resourced. How do we justify spending $69 million on road infrastructure at this time? A bill, Madam Speaker, that will take us 2 decades to repay. And, Madam Speaker, let us look at the terms as they have been dressed up as quote-unquote good financing. We will receive 5 years grace period, and then we're going to make 17 years of quarterly payments, and a total, as I've said before, of 22 years of total paying back time. If, Madam Speaker, this administration does not come back to this House, as they have normally done, to defer loan commitments and kick them down the road. Madam Speaker, the concern is that this $69 million loan motion that is before us is not happening in a vacuum. While I'm sure we will get to the robust debate on the supplemental appropriation bill 2526. This administration has come back to this National Assembly 1 quarter since the budget was approved to ask for an additional $131 million in expenditure. But I'll get to that when we get to that debate. Madam Speaker, motion after motion after motion, sitting after sitting after sitting, this government comes to this House asking for another big ticket project and another grand announcement. More long-term obligations, very little transparency, and weak accountability. There is no comprehensive picture presented to this House of the total debt impact, the cumulative annual debt service, the risk this poses if there is a downturn in our economy, which we are already experiencing, if there is a hurricane of the magnitude that Jamaica just experienced, or if there's any shock to the way of life for Belizeans. We cannot treat this lone motion, Madam Speaker, as though Parliament does not have a responsibility to act in the best interest of the people of this country as it relates to cumulative debt. Madam Speaker, the opposition will not be complicit in turning this House meeting and all the other House meetings that we've been into as a House meeting to approve additional debt that will be carried on the backs of future generations. Madam Speaker, this motion speaks in glowing terms about the project. It will improve the geometry of the highway. It will enhance the drainage. It will raise the elevation. It will improve safety. And it will replace the Burden Canal Bridge. I ask, how many lives will be saved as a result? There are no details provided about the safety measures that will be put in place. Measures like signs and reflectors, lighting, or even more importantly, a public awareness campaign. How will this $69 million serve to support the implementation of monitoring and oversight over existing road safety regulations? How many small farmers, Madam Speaker, or small tour operators will be able to do business, to carry out their tours, or to get their produce to market without having to bear the burden of the highest cost of infrastructure inputs? So I ask this Honorable House and to the members on the government side, please provide the loan agreement with the Caribbean Development Bank. Please provide the project appraisal report. Please provide the detailed cost breakdown showing how much will be for actual pavement, how much for the bridge, how much has been allocated for consultancy and supervision, how much for contingencies, and how much interest the people of Belize will pay over the life of this loan agreement. Why is this House being asked, Madam Speaker, to approve $69 million, base $69 million? I say that again, $69 million, based on a one-page motion and few generalities, when the technical and financial details are locked away somewhere, either in cabinet or in the office of the Ministry of Finance. If this project is such a good deal, if this project, Madam Speaker, is absolutely necessary at this time, why hasn't the government put all the facts on the table? Is this project, I ask, truly a carefully designed national priority? I ask because I don't understand the secrecy. I don't understand the failure to provide documents relating to this project. I don't understand, Madam Speaker, why there has been no clear value for money analysis before we're asked to vote on another mega loan commitment with the Caribbean Development Bank. So yes, we will say that road infrastructure work is important. We can agree that replacing a bridge is important, but Belizeans have a right to know whether we are getting maximum value for such an investment and whether every mile is being built for the people when we're asking citizens to repay this debt up to 2040. The motion, Madam Speaker, says that this project will improve resilience, improve drainage, raise elevation, and improve safety. And we have heard this all before. We have seen, Madam Speaker, roads designed with quote-unquote international standards fall apart within a few years because the drains are not clean, shoulders are not maintained, and overloaded trucks that continue to pound the pavement are not held responsible. Let me be clear. We're not against roads. We're not against climate resilience. We're not against borrowing when it is absolutely necessary and truly beneficial and well managed. What we are against, Madam Speaker, is when we continue to borrow and borrow and borrow and borrow, knowing that these commitments will lie on the backs of our children. So on behalf of the people of Belize, Madam Speaker, I say that the opposition will not be partners to a governance style that says, trust us, when details are scanty and there's a growing mistrust by those we represent in the way the government conducts the people's affairs and manages the public purse. Madam Speaker, we were entrusted by the people of Belize as the King's loyal opposition to safeguard their interests, secure their future, and ensure that our government remains accountable. On this motion, Madam Speaker, unless the relevant information is provided to us for review and scrutiny, the only responsible answer we have as an opposition is to say that we cannot support the motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before I recognize you, member, I just want to do a reminder to all members. It's Standing Order 35-6. I kindly ask that we respect it if we're going to read more than we refer, just to, on the courtesy of the House, to inform the Speaker if you can refer to your notes. That would be Standing Order 35-6. I recognize the member for Corozal North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To refer to my notes. Madam Speaker, this morning we have been asked to approve a loan of $69 million for 14.9 miles of road and the bridge. According to what we have heard, Madam Speaker, this loan motion has the kind of extraordinary expenses, extraordinary costs, particularly for the aspect of climate resilience. And Madam Speaker, in referring to this particular loan motion, I want to go back to what we have seen in Corozal. And I want to refer to two particular areas where we have huge concerns. One, and I will refer to the Pueblo Nuevo Bridge. Accordingly, the bridges that we have now seen and the bridges that are now being built, these are built to international standards. I think it was referred to some US standard that we are now building bridges. Madam Speaker, that stretch of road from Corozal to Sartaneja has two bridges. The one normally referred to as the Pueblo Nuevo, I would think they would call it the bridge now, and the Laguna Seca bridge. Pueblo Nuevo Bridge, Madam Speaker, is part of that project that has been inaugurated just, I think it was just prior to the general elections of that we had some 8-9 months ago. That was inaugurated. Part of the problem that we have seen, Madam Speaker, is that that bridge, and I'm referring to the Pueblo Nuevo Bridge, Madam Speaker, is sinking. It has sunk and it has kept sinking. No, when you look at what we're being asked this morning, $69 million for one bridge and 14.9 miles of road, one has to question, where are we adopting this? Where are we adopting these standards? Because if we are building roads, if we are building bridges, and it hasn't been an year yet, and we are now looking at the structural failures, one has to question, where is all the guarantees, where are all the costs, where are all the study analysis reflected on the product that we are now seeing. That leads me to another situation that we have, and I take this dearly because Corozal North has this stretch of road known as the Remate Road, Madam Speaker. This Remate Road was inaugurated on May 8, 2024. We're barely into 18 months after this road was built, and we're seeing some structural failures again. So when we hear about roads being built for structural, that have the added component of climate resilience, one has to ask if additional monies are being allocated for these climate resilient roads. Where are we seeing this? We are not feeling the effects of these roads on the ground, and so we have to understand that while yes, the climate is changing and it has been posing some extraordinary challenges to every particular country, we have to understand that this administration has adopted mechanisms to ensure that whatever we build on the ground has the necessary measures for us to be able to mitigate the impact of what we're facing today, but that is not something that we're seeing on the ground. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Mesopotamia.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, and it's a sight for sore eyes. I love to see you in that seat. I want to welcome you first to say welcome, because I know you're going to put the hammer down in his house. That true? Madam Speaker, I rise to bring my concerns on the CDB 8 road project, George Price Highway, Belize City to Hatterville. And please allow me to refer to my notes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a $69 million loan to rehabilitate, improve, enhance resilience to climate hazards, improve safety, and to replace the Burden Bridge. No mention about infrastructure, the hot mix, or probably they miss it out. The Burden Bridge, to my knowing and using it over the years, is not bad. I'm no engineer, but I left to be stand corrected, but it's usable. And you know where you see now coffee, right? If you're not blocked, why you fix it for? Why you change it? And still got some more years left in it. So why we was to spend for spend sake? The burden.
Let's respect the 42B standing order. Proceed, Member for Mesopotamia.
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. And please, I would love that you would definitely enforce that standing order more often. The Burden Canal Bridge was first built in the 1920s and named after the Governor, Sir John Alder Burden. If I recall right, it was also replaced with a brand new bridge in the 1990s. The road from Belize City to Hatterville is fairly decent and drivable for at least a couple more years. I do admit the shoulder needs a little patch up, but definitely it shouldn't cost $69 million. And there are not even hot mix they are used, Madam Speaker. There are no hot mix. And there's no mention about hot mix or the details. The road from La Democracia to Bamapan for 40% money secured was $26 million. plus the next 56% of the money is still pending in limbo. Madam Speaker, the road from La Democracia to Belmopan will be revamped with wider shoulders, safety measures, raised for climate resilience, and the famous hot mix, and all the bells and whistles to justify $3 million a mile cost. Oh yes, they have a bridge there too, so it's pretty much the same because they have a bridge there too, so the costing should be roughly the same. Madam Speaker, there was a similar road with 4 lanes built in Belize City from the Belcan Bridge roundabout to the Buttonwood Bay Boulevard for $2.4 million a mile. Hot mix, 4 lane, so that's pretty wide. And yes, the road got all the bells and whistles to justify the $2.4 million cost. Oh, just a summary, Madam Speaker. Belcan to Buttonwood Bay Boulevard roundabout, $2.4 million a mile. La Democracia to Belmopan, $3 million a mile. Belize City to Hatterville, $4.6 million a mile, Madam Speaker. My God, that person who did the estimation must really, overestimate something, or some zeros or something gone wrong. It makes me wonder sometimes if this is a part of the package for retirement for the guys, Madam Speaker, Belizeans don't see a pattern already. More big roads, more big contracts, more millions in loans. Meanwhile, communities, they take leak. Drains can't take rain. People, they bawl for cost of living. Cost of living is through the roof. The youths need help. Schools need for fix. But the government and MIDH only wants infrastructure projects one after the next. Majority of the projects in Belize recently is hot mix, highways, and bridges. Let me remind this government and MIDH, Belize City still drowns after a 15-minute rain. A lot of roads still needs to be fixed. Drains they clog up, people they suffer. And the government and the MIDH will come to this honorable house, Madam Speaker, and ask for $69 million for widen, patch up 15 miles of highway. I hear that they said they're probably making it a 4-lane to it, so yes. This is reckless borrowing and spending, Madam Speaker. Every time the MIDH brings a big project, we all hear the good talk, the frills, the bells, the whistles, the climate resilience, the development, the safety. We all agree with that. But my concern, Madam Speaker, is why it costs $69 million. $4.6 million a mile, But when we ask for the documents and explanation, many people are not forthcoming. And yet, when we stand up here sometimes, and we, of course, we're the king's opposition, the other side will get up and jump up and say, you don't understand, or throw some harsh remarks, or probably compare it to the past administrations will do wrong, or do right, or whatever the case is. What has been done has been done. Right now, it's you guys over the side that has the mandate. You guys need to set the example. Not because you get done before, are you wrong or you right, that now today you can justify your wrong and right doings. Where is the feasibility study? What are the cost-benefit reports there? The drainage designs, engineer assessment, procurement plans, who they're on the tender list? Let the people of Belize know and stop treating Belizeans like we do not know better. Everybody knows who the MIDH project benefits. They're not the poor people. There are only a handful of people, Madam Speaker. They're not the single mothers on the south side. They're not the farmers who can't reach the market. than are the youths where they look for the job. Who benefit? The same circle of people who always get the big contracts. Same people. Belizeans, Madam Speaker, they ask, now who are eating for this one? Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the government seems obsessed with pouring concrete and hot mix instead of investing into Belizeans. Over $400 million in works over the last 4 years. And yet, they cut on defense, border security, health, financing is flat, immigration, they cut classrooms for teachers. Classrooms are leaking, Madam Speaker. Water system failing in rural Belize. But somehow, the priority is another highway project on a decent stretch that needs TLC, $10. I know it needs some help, it needs some patch up and some work, but not $69 million. With that money, Belize could build schools, fully modernize the Belize city water system, and not implement that 13% rate hike that should go on our water bills very soon. Equip our police with vehicles, radios, technology for combat more crime. Fund border security that government currently is cutting. Upgrade public hospitals and regional clinics. Imagine if the same money was spent on Belizeans instead of another set of road and bridge contracts. CDB may approve the loan, but Belizeans will have to repay it, every single dollar. Government of Belize and the MIDH, they borrow fast, and they spend it even faster, Madam Speaker. They spend it very fast. The whole country, they see what happened, Madam Speaker. Announce a big project, rush the loan through the House, none to minimal documentation, no public info or consultation. This is the government and MIDH trademark. This is the government and MIDH culture. Explain to Belize how this helped the real people. Explain to the woman who can't buy groceries. Explain to the man where they hustle every day. Explain to the youths who can't get jobs. Explain to the farmers where they sink in the mud because those back roads are literally mud. Explain to the schools where they leak when it rains. Government and MIDH can't explain because this project no make for them things. This project is designed to benefit few, very few people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I recommend no more mega loans without full documentation, public scrutiny, real accountability, independent engineering review, proper cost-benefit study. Defer this loan motion right now till we get these things, and make the government and MIDH bring the documents and the paperwork. Make the public see everything. Make the Auditor General and the independent engineers look on it. If the project's solid, Madam Speaker, bring it back to the House, and we, the opposition, will definitely help fast-track it and support its passage through this honorable House. We don't got no problem with progress, Madam Speaker. That's just how they do it. Madam Speaker, Belizeans fed up and tired. Belizeans tired at the constant borrowing. Tired at only the fixed highways. Tired at the same contractors. Tired at the same excuses. Tired at the same disrespect. Madam Speaker, the government just allocated $14.7 million for the George Price Highway 2025. It's right there in the budget book. I got a page to if you need to see it. And $15.5 million for 2026. So that another what? Let me do the math right here. $31 million between this year and next year, plus another $69 million, Madam Speaker. And then we have the La Democracia project where we'll come up to another $56 million. That's a lot of money, Madam Speaker. Our debt to GDP ratio as of 2025, according to the MIF, hangs around 64 to 67%. The blue bond restructure saw savings. The Petro-Caribbean saw savings of $258 million. And yet today, we're worse off. We don't borrow all of that. Talk about Petro-Caribbean. Petro-Caribbean saw $258 million savings with a write-off. With this $69 million loan from the CDB at 4.9% interest rate, our GDP will soon be through the roof, Madam Speaker. My grandkids, and I don't have none yet, will still be paying for all of this. This specific loan, not really that cheap, 4.9%. I like the 1.4% though. I wish the whole loan had 1.4%. Make it more easier for swallow. If I could do it to here, Prime Minister, wow, pasam, shazam. But sometimes also, it's best to invest in your people, Madam Speaker, and not only invest in infrastructures and highways. Madam Speaker, the government loves to say these loans are concessional, but concessional is not concessional. Debt is debt, and it must still be repaid by Belizeans who are already struggling. Not forget, Madam Speaker, we just bundle, kick the bucket down the road for the consolidation of Taiwan loans, I think roughly about $100 million for January 2026. We could borrow more for build and refurbish highways, but we can't borrow to own BEL and the hydro dam, which gives us a rate of return of 12 to 14% interest rate. This government just not make sense, Madam Speaker. But I hear from Ali Bird that probably the Social Security buy it no more. And there's some other people who will buy it. But when that time comes, we know when to get the full documentation, Madam Speaker. I really, really wish that this dam goes back into the hands of Belizeans and that the Social Security will get majority of it.
Wait, member, we're on a specific loan motion. It doesn't involve a dam.
Yeah, but this also includes the loans that we are borrowing. But I will move along. Madam Speaker, borrowing is not a sin. Borrowing without vision, without transparency, and without national values is reckless. Belize needs a plan, not a bunch of loans. Belize needs investment in people, not another slab of hot mix. Madam Speaker, the people of Belize is watching everything the government is doing and is just waiting for the next first opportunity to send a loud and clear message that we put on day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Pate, just the mic, it contributes to the, yeah, I recognize the member for Kayosel.
Hey, morning, Madam Speaker. My daughter has convinced me to get into yoga. I'll read it. Hey, remind me again this morning. It said in yoga philosophy that calm is not about controlling the external world. It is about cultivating inner peace by turning inward through practices like asana, breathwork, and meditation. Thank you, Iha. It's important. Let's go back in history a little bit. I keep hearing here that three members are speaking about, Prime Minister, about accountability and transparency and that we don't share information with them. But the last administration had to be taken to court because they spent $1.5 billion and refused to bring any information to court. I must say, illegally too, Madam Speaker, because it is against the law. It is a criminal offense to not bring these loans requests. You don't only have to bring the loan request, you have to bring the loan request when you don't sign the contract. You have to bring as permission to spend the money. It's a whole process. And we have tediously come...
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, what the gentleman from
what's the point
Kaisau
of
is
order?
saying, it has nothing to do with the bridge or the loan, Madam Speaker. Has nothing to do with it. Thank you.
Point noted. Please remember in a debate, if you raise a particular point and it has been allowed, the other side who gets up to contribute would want to counter or address. I believe you're on a matter of transparency because it was raised.
I don't ask the gentleman how much MSG he put in a fried chicken when he sell it. I don't, because I'm not a fried chicken specialist. But I am a professional that understands infrastructure work, therefore I can speak on it. And I am a politician that has been here before government and during government, and therefore the history speaks for itself. The UDP government under the leadership of the Honorable Dean Barrow did not bring to this house $1.5 billion of expenditure, and it was done illegally so. I'm just reminding you when you speak about not having transparency and accountability, Madam Speaker. It is just to clarify what they had been mentioning. So, let's go back into history, past and present. The road that is from Corozal to Sarteneja, a value of $50 million US, $100 million US, signed under the UDP government. The design and the supervision and the construction was and is being done by OECC, which is a Taiwanese company. That is one of the only projects in this country that has a design-build formula built into it. We, honorably so, came into government and continued with the specifications of the project. $100 million, Hugo. Sorry, minimum from Corazon. And then we go to the Caracol Road. $140 million Belize dollars. Again, signed under the United Democratic Party government, and we honored the contract and we honored the specification. We adjusted a bit to the end because we had that opportunity, and we saved $25 million. What did we do with the $25 million savings, Madam Speaker? Well, the portion of the George Price Highway from San Ignacio to Benque is a product of that savings. And so now, I don't know which one, 103, came up here and said, the George Price Highway is not a priority project. How can you say that's not a priority project when the Caracol was done before? When Corozal to Sarteneja was done before, under your tenure? When the George Price Highway is the most trafficked highway in this entire country, and we have the statistics to prove it. It is the main artery from Belize City, the commercial center of this country, to Belmopan, the political center of this country. If they would come to work, they would use that every day. I don't know if they do. But we do. Maybe they did in the past. But it is used. It is the most important highway that this country has. Anybody that has any sense when driving that highway will complain. There is not enough shoulder. In fact, there is no shoulders because it has been eaten out. There is no line markings because it's at a deplorable state. Accidents happen over and over and over. Do you remember when RFG used to put up the old truck on a post where say, please drive carefully, because people abuse the highway? That project, no matter what you say, you can never convince anybody in this country that it is not important. And you can never convince anybody in this country that it is not the most important highway that we have. Apart from just going to Belmopan. BSI has changed their whole philosophy now. They are transporting the cane from the north all the way through the George Price Highway, going through the coastal, going to the Southern Highway until they reach the port. That is a part of driving an economy. What does infrastructure do? Infrastructure is one of the basic tools that a country needs to drive its economy. Go back in history into the United States after the World War, Madam Speaker, when President Eisenhower decided that he would build the freeways of the United States to drive the economy after the World War. Look at the positive effects it has made on the American economy, and that's just one example. China, Japan, Taiwan, any country that you go to, we have a great tourism package led by a great minister. But people come and they need to make sure that they get where they need to get to and that it is safe. Our producers have to use that highway to be able to take their products to market. We have the port project now, which adds additional importance to the project. Why are we investing in the George Price Highway Rehabilitation? And I'll explain the project. I know it doesn't matter to them, but it matters to the Belizean people. The George Price Rehabilitation Project is made of 5 blocks. 3 of them being financed by loans, and 2 of them being grants. The first one, I'll go back, block 5, which is from Belmopan to Democracia, is being financed through the Kuwaiti Fund. The second one, which we are asking loan agreements on, is between Democracia and Hattieville. We are seeking financing from the OPEC fund, which normally comes through after Kuwait makes the first move. We are nearly guaranteed that it will come. The third one is CDB, which is the one we have here, which is Hattieville to Belize City. The fourth one is the Belkan Bridge, which is a grant from the government of Taiwan. And the fifth one is Swing Bridge, which is also a grant from the government of Japan. Those are the 5 projects that make up the George Price Rehabilitation Project. I don't make no bushla over here tell about no feasibility study, no environmental. These international financial institutions do not lend loans if you do not provide the necessary documentation and studies. All of those studies are there. All of those studies are there. If you want to come to my office, I have asked Corozal North representative umpteens of times, maybe 15 times in this house, come to the ministry, come and look at the book, but you're lazy, you don't want to do your work, you stay in Corozal, hiding in your cane field. Come to the office.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order. On a point of order, Madam Speaker.
The point of order.
That.
Wait, 1 second. One second. What's the point of order?
You're not funny, Prime Minister. Even when you try to be, you're not funny. You're certainly not funny.
Leader of Opposition, what's the point of order?
That has nothing to do, Madam Speaker. That outburst by the member for Kayo South has nothing to do with the loan motion. And I ask you, Madam Speaker, that we ask the representative to focus on the loan motion. Thank you.
Member for Kayo South, I will remind you and all members that we do not refer to other members in derogatory or insulting manner. When I ask what's the point of order, I don't expect members to quote specifically, but at least to give the gist. It's not really about the outburst. My concern is just the language being used. I'll also ask your indulgence so that we can dispense with the 12 o'clock hour standing order, just for a few minutes.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12E, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour due opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those
Aye.
against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Member for Kaya South.
As I mentioned this morning before I started, I am a novice in the yoga thing, so I have a lot to learn. I have a lot to learn. Can one use hypocrisy in this house, Madam Speaker? I'm just asking. Is that an acceptable term?
It's not about the choice of words in most cases. It's about the directing of language to your colleagues that is insulting and unparliamentary.
I'm learning every day. Madam Speaker, how do you call a person, anybody, that comes and says something, you give him the opportunity to look at all the information over and over and over again. You invite him to where the source of information is. He refuses to come, comes back into an environment similar to this, and repeats and repeats and repeats the same remarks. Isn't that a hypocritical type of action? If the hat, where Bob Marley uses it, if the hat fit, wear it. But let's look at, I'll go down. Don Membro de Corozal North says, we're having problem with Pueblo Nuevo bridge sinking. That's an erroneous statement. In fact, I would wish that he would say that outside. I would just, that would be a beautiful thing for him to say that outside of the steps of the National Assembly. That is an erroneous statement. Now, we have experience in the Sarteneja Road project, a section of approximately 400 meters, and it is there right now, that has a problem similar to what we are experiencing in Belize City to the Halova Bridge. The section from Belize City to the Halova Bridge. It is also experienced on the Chetomal Street road that the UDP built before the election. It is the same problem. It is a similar problem that we are facing on the Western Highway, leaving Old Belize towards the Burton Canal. These areas have a significant depth of peat. What is peat? Peat is mud, organic material that rots with centuries, more than that sometimes. The engineers from OECC have tried to use 2 or 3 different methods to be able to try to see if that peat can resist the road that is being built there. They have not been successful in that 400 meters. So our engineers from MIDH, along with the engineers from OECC, along with other foreign independent engineers, have come up with a proposal for that 400 meters that we might have to pilot and cast it as if it was a causeway, because there is no other option. We are aware of the fact. This is engineering. You encounter these things as you go along, but it is part of the defects liability. It is part, and that's why I mentioned the design build project. It is a project that was approved by the United Democratic Party on the basis of a design build concept. The contractor that won the bid designed it, supervised it, and is building it with MIDH's general supervision. So I am giving you a clear and a concise explanation to what you are saying. And what you have said is wrong. Don't you paint over them about you say it. It is wrong. Accept when you're wrong. You could be wrong, you could be ignorant to the fact, you could be many things, but it is wrong. Then the Remate Road. May I remind you that that's our next road that was done under your government's leadership. So you're seeing a lot of millions that MIDH has on their budget is an inheritance of what you left. Majority of them. The Sarteneja Road, the Remate Road, the Caracol Road, all of those. And I have no shame in saying that we are honorable on this side. We never fire the contractors. We just made sure that they do it to the specification that is required. And some redesigns to save money. So let's get to road infrastructure. And I refer a little bit to my notes, Madam Speaker. Road infrastructure boosts economies by initiating trade, by creating jobs. So not going to tell me you just spend the money and only one or two people benefit from it. How can you say that, member from Mesopotamia, when you have an infrastructure project that goes through communities? Everybody has an opportunity to work during the lifetime of the construction. And then after that, everybody has an opportunity to benefit from the use of the project. You cannot run a country without this. We got like 3,000 miles of road in the entire country that we have to be dealing with. And then they come here and tell me that we not maintain the road. That just, I want to say the word, but I can't say it because it's unparliamentary. Yoga, yes. Inner peace. You know about that, right? Inner peace. Madam Speaker, MIDH has been the only ministry, I would like to say, in the history that has concentrated on maintenance of our highways. We chop the side of the highways with bush hog, we pick up the garbage, we clean the drains. That it is not enough? Of course it's not enough. But we do it. We do it every day, 24 hours a day, during the rain, during the sun, during storm. When there is a storm in Belize City, a hurricane, who do they call Prime Minister? MIDH is there. When they have a problem in the garbage dumps, who do they call? MIDH is there. When the municipalities need assistance and it is not part of our mandate, who do they call? MIDH is there. MIDH works for everyone. So don't come and tell me that we do not maintain. That is rhetoric. That is unprofessional. That is trying to use politics to just brush it aside. When I speak on the basis of factual truths. I don't make it up. And you might not like my tone, leader of the opposition. I can understand that. And I apologize if my tone is a little bit higher than you would like it to be. But that's who I am. I am who I am. So, let's look at this section that you are saying from Belize City to Hattieville. We have a problem, and one of the members over there mentioned Belize City floods when you have a major rain. Yeah, it floods, but can you answer this question? How fast does it take for the floodwaters to recede compared to how fast it used to recede in the past? You know, analyze that. Yes, you're going to flood because Belize City, if you don't know, member from Mesopotamia, is below water level, sea level. It is a fact. Belize City is not on a mountainous area. It is not inland. It is below sea level, and therefore we do have that problem that we have to address. So what this specific project is one of the possible solutions to minimize. I'm not saying completely stop it. It will never completely stop. But you try to minimize it. How will we minimize it? We are trying to minimize it by draining that section of the highway that you can alleviate the water coming down the Burton Canal. Before it reaches the city, will have a way to escape out to the sea, approximately in the area by Old Belize. That will entail, we now call it bridges, but it is a series of box culverts, a series of drainage to be able to drain that water from the Burton Canal all the way to the sea. The same problem happens in Hattieville. Yes, sir? Without going to Belize City. It will be a 3 to 4 lane highway in certain sections. Why? Because if we would have wanted to do a 4 lane highway all the way from Belize City to, it would have costed maybe 3 to 4 times more than this budget because government would have had to acquire land. So what we have done is create passing lanes on both sides where applicable, where necessary, and where it doesn't cost us as much money to be able to go to the Minister of Natural Resources and make him get the headache to find out how much money it take to acquire land to be able to do a 4-lane highway. With time, I believe the country will get there. Madam Speaker, it is a highway to be built of hot mix. Member for Messop, it is a hot mix project. It is a hot mix project mixed with concrete sections. I am also inviting you, if you want to come look at the documentation. I will inform the chief engineer that whenever you come, you can have a look at it. I won't extend the invitation to the member from Kaya North anymore, because it's useless and futile to do so. Corozal. Burton Canal Bridge. The man say, where the man say? The man say, touch up the bridge and leave it. That way I understand you say, touch up the bridge and leave it, you know, that's not a problem. Madam Speaker, I have been personally under the Burton Canal Bridge, and that is where you analyze bridges. It is at a point where the bridge structurally has flexed. What does flexion in concrete mean? It is at the maximum point where it can fail. You don't see that driving over it. So if you want, I can also make arrangements for you to go under the bridge. In this case, you don't need a boat. Just walk on the side and look up. I know you were concentrating on the fish and not on the bridge. Because the gentleman said he used to fish there. Fine. I hope that our fish will use with the Shengwang sauce. Madam Speaker, I am just replying to him. I am replying to him that you cannot make statements that are false without having proper information that can back it up. And that's all I am doing, just rectifying the truth. The man say the portion of the road from Belize we just resealed from the roundabout to more or less where Brody's is, approximately in the Belama area. Cost X amount of money and you compare it to this. You can't compare it, Madam Speaker. That's just a resealing. A resealing means you brush the highway, you clean it of all residue, and then you apply another asphalt on top, in this case hot mix. It is totally different than building a new highway. So there's no way you could compare it. Like when my granny used to say, you can't compare apples and oranges. You can't. It is not the same. And so, again, it is an erroneous statement being made from the other side. Now, I think it was the member from Albert, the leader of the opposition, that says we do everything in secrecy. How can it be done in secrecy, Madam Speaker, where this project, the initial phases of it, we started the design in 2021. And I would like you to ask the clerk to give you how many times I have stood in this house explaining that project. Many times. Plus, we have to give all information to the IFIs for them to even consider the loan. Then they have to send in their engineering team to do a feasibility study, totally separate than ours. We have to do an internal feasibility study, and we have to do a proposal that we send to the Ministry of Finance. Ministry of Finance has to use all their technical teams to analyze and see if the project is viable. Then, after this phase, we have to go and put it out to bid. So I don't know who the bidders will be. I don't know who the contractors that are capable of doing work. That will happen when the bids go out and they purchase the bids, and then we know who are the contractors. We won't know the final price of the project until the bids are handed in. And again, we have all our technical people that will have to do a technical, and then Ministry of Finance will have to do a financial analysis of all that information. Then that is sent back to Ministry of Finance for another approval, and then you know what we have to do? We have to take it to the Contractor General. The Contractor General and her team has to go through it in detail. No, I remind you again, remember, under the United Democratic Party, Dean Barrow as the Prime Minister, there was no Contractor General for I don't know how many years. Years, the country had absolutely no contractor general. The country did not bring these loans to the House for approval. The country did not get these spending approved. And so that is what I call hypocrisy. Standing here on a platform knowing that you're telling lies. That's what I'm trying to explain, Madam Speaker. So the process is there. The documentation is there. It is there for anybody to have a look at. If you're interested, because some of them documents are hundreds and hundreds of pages long. Madam Speaker, I can go on and on, but what does the opposition want this government to do? If we build the road, then get vexed. If you don't build the road, then get vexed. The boss said we're going to build the road, so I leave it as that. We're going to build the road, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In wrapping up this debate, I want to make a few points and then also speak about debt management, something that the leader of the opposition seems not to understand. But I still can't understand the hypocrisy of the other side of the opposition. They kept quiet when their government spent $8 million of Pond Street, one road at Fabers Road. $8 million. The road wavy came, they even make it flat. When one vehicle park, no other vehicle pass, it's almost like a one-way vehicle, and then you come and talk and criticize. And what did the member said from, what did she also said? That she wants to be here to protect the Belizean people. Where was she when they gave the Bolido to a UDP crony? I never heard her once come to the House or speak to the media and say, we cannot allow the government to give the Bolido to a UDP crony. And all this UDP crony, they have to work for the rest of their life, you know. Because at what we look on right now, that person probably made about $150 million in profits in 10 years. $150 million given by her. She was under the Minister of State, you know. $150 million that was given to one person in 10 years. And then you come to this honorable house and tell us that you want to protect the Belizean people? This is a kind of hypocrisy that gets to us, man. Not once has she come to this house and said, you know what, I apologize to the Belizean people. I should have spoken up. I should have defended you, and I didn't. They threw everything at us to see what one stick. You said, oh, what is it that we do for hurricane? We did set anything aside. Something that their government never did, you know. Madam Speaker, on the intense diplomatic work that we did with the World Bank, we managed to get Belize to be able to be approved to join IDA, which is the International Development Association, where certain countries, developing countries, could get almost grant money and money under 1% that can be paid over 40 years. Something that they could have never done because the Belize is considered a middle-class country. And we had to make the point that we are a developing country, small population over a relatively large piece of land mass, so it is very expensive for us to be able to make the development. It's under IDA, Madam Leader of the Opposition, if you remember, but maybe you're not paying attention, that we in this House have set aside $20 million from IDA funds. That God forbid if a hurricane or a major storm hits Belize, we could immediately access that money very quickly. And we pay nothing to have that money parked at the World Bank. There's no commitment fee, no nothing. whenever that time happens, God forbid, and we continue to pray to Almighty to keep us safe, we already have that $20 million US. And we have the insurance too. That is under the Said Musa government that we signed that insurance against catastrophes. So we are doing things. And what did you do when you were in government for 13 years? What did your government did? Nothing. But you come here and grandstand in this honorable house. Now, let me tell a little bit of debt management. Let me tell you what this government has been doing. Madam Speaker, please allow me to read from this document. And I must give credit where it's due to Chris Koyi and Senator Koyi. on the debt management that we're working along with the Financial Secretary, the Central Bank, and everybody else. So these are the areas I want to point to. One, generally, so the approach to debt to loans, if you had listened, Madam Leader of the Opposition, maybe I learned something as opposed to being on your phone. But it don't make no sense. So I say this to the Belizean people because they're still coming here at the next time to come to talk about. So generally, I say the approach has been limited to procurement of debt by way of project loans for prioritized areas like infrastructure, education, health, agriculture, MSMEs, and employment. Secondly, managing the cost of finance on existing debt and procurement of new debt has been an overriding priority for us. Where possible, existing debt, whether domestic or external, with high cost of finance, have either been prepaid, paid off, or substituted with lower cost of finance. For example, the legacy IDB loans with finance costs of over 8% were prepaid, while domestic debt with high costs like the US dollar denominated treasury notes, remember when the UDP took out their US dollars loans, the treasury notes, that sorry, Madam Speaker, just got yes. Continue, Madam Speaker, that this 8%, these loans from IDB that are at 8%, we pay them off in advance. And then also there are some high treasury interest rate loans, the US treasury notes where the genius of the UDP back then said, bring your US dollars and we'll pay some high interest rates on it. And they just had it parked in the central bank, never used it. We, Madam Speaker, we pay that off. I say, then there was these T notes were indexed with rates exceeding 9% at times. All of them have been paid off, and or we have substituted with significantly lower yields treasury notes. Whenever they pay 9%, pay a part, and we reduce, we pay with the cheaper ones. Thirdly, on the management of external debt portfolio, it is important to continue the approach of roughly benchmarking 3% per annum cost of finance for new external debt. Ordinary resources for most multi-development banks remain significantly above this. So it has been important to negotiate with these multi-development banks to require a blended finance approach on their part that includes grants or concessional finance to the overall finance cost to around the benchmark of 3%. So for instance, if you notice here, Mr. Member from Opposition, BESOP, this is what's called blended finance. We get some from their ordinary resources, monies, for, and then we also then try to get from other sources, like in the Italians, where they lend at 1%. We wish you could get it from Italian, but we can't do it, so we blend it. And when you blend it, the interest rate goes down. Also, what we've done, we have established the establishment of a climate finance unit under the Ministry of Economic Transformation, and it represents a part of this effort since most infrastructure, agriculture, and other projects do involve some level of climate resiliency building. So by setting that up, then we could then access these monies, and that money is from the Italians, it has to do with climate resilience. And so you could get the cheap money and blend it. But they only give you a certain amount, they don't give you everything. Fourth, on the domestic debt, and this is important. What is important, that this little known, the cost of financial management has been enhanced through roughly two ways. When we got into government, the UDP had an overdraft facility at the central bank of paying 8% per annum. And that overdraft was at a $100 million. $100 million overdraft they left, paying 8%. And you know what we did, Madam Speaker? By 2022, we paid off that $100 million overdraft. We paid it off. We don't use the overdraft. And then, now this one will be a little bit more technical, but what we call the yield curve management of Treasury bills and Treasury notes through the development of what we call another proxy yield curve has proved effective to bring down the domestic finance to roughly 2.5%. Now the UDP back then never once sat down with the central bank and said, hold on, your interest rate I think was around 6%, but the cost of interest has gone down significantly. They never once had, I don't know, the know-how or the sense to sit down with them and say, hold on, make we renegotiate these interest rates. And that's what we did. You went to them and tell them, hold on, interest rates gone down. During around COVID, we gone down to about 1% at one time. And so we have then renegotiated so now that the average interest rate we pay, should I write this down, is 2.5%. When under the UDP, it was about 8%. And also, Madam Speaker, the fifth point I want to make, that we continue to incur debt, yes, but gauging growth by debt with the growth of GDP, and it has proven successful to reduce the debt to GDP. And we continue to keep this debt under 3% of GDP. And lastly, which is something they forget, we don't know malapagas, we pay with loans. So a major concern, and again, this is when you talk, it's important. No, I have no interest in what you talk about. But what is important is for you to hear what I have to say. It's important for you to hear what I'm saying. We have, Madam Speaker, imminent in the horizon, we have the principal payments for the blue bond that starts to 2031, 2032. So it's important that we start to accumulate sufficient primary surpluses to purchase foreign exchange reserves that will be used to make up, to pay off, they start to pay the blue bond. We've also started discussing with Central Bank on the establishment of a sinking fund for such principal payment, but at the same time, a robust mechanism must be established for revenues to be set aside for the purchase of the required foreign exchange. One idea that we're talking about is that the dividends on Central Bank itself, well, that will not be enough to pay. But we're looking of wanting to see if we could then set monies from the same borrowing from Central Bank that is at lower interest rates to be able to use to pay the blue bonds. And I hope I'm not talking about the terms, but if we could even prepay because we could pay at a cheaper rate, we want to do it. That is what is called debt management. Something, no, I'm saying if. No, I am saying if we can. So we will work on that. But also, Madam Speaker, you see sometimes in this Honorable House, certain members, they're just lazy. They don't do their homework. They come here and then just talk for talk, not realizing that they have access to the information. In this case, the honorable leader come and say, you dey borrow every time, and you dey borrow, and you dey borrow. But what? The truth is that she's not totally truthful to the Belizean people. And I want to make 2 points on that point, Madam Speaker. You only say part of the truth, you don't say all of the truth.
Madam Speaker.
And what is your point of order?
Clarification.
No, I will not yield to a clarification. I will not yield to a clarification, Madam Speaker.
It would be your point of elucidation, which can only be allowed if the member on his feet will allow that. And I'm hearing that the member, Prime Minister, will not allow.
I hope you are not calling me a liar in this house, because you are a bold-faced liar.
No. Honourable Member for Albert, Leader of Opposition, the Prime Minister, and it was clear, did not call you a liar. However, you just did call the Prime Minister. It cannot be countenanced. I kindly ask members, I totally understand the emotions and the passion here, but please direct your language not at persons. I have gone through this before, and I'm asking for the kind respect on the rules of the House.
To repeat what I said, Madam Speaker, the leader did not speak out all of the truth. Because yes, it is the truth that you come to say that we're borrowing money. Everybody knows that. That's why I bring it to the House. But you know, finish, say the part of the whole truth. And there are 2 points to that. The first one, that when we make a loan, we don't spend the money all in one day or 1 month or in 1 year. These loans, we use them sometimes as much as 4 years. In this case, we hope that we can use them within 2 years, because we want that road to be built, to rebuild as quickly as we possibly can. So like as we come and borrow this money, we don't spend it. It will be spent over 2 years. Other loans go as much as 4 years. But also, just as important, the third part of the truth, because there are 3 truths to what you're saying. You only talk to 1 truth. I don't know if deliberately, or maybe you don't know better, you never talk about the 2 other 2 truths. But the third part to that truth, Madam Speaker, is that every year we continue to pay with debt. If she would have only looked at the budget book, she could find out either A, you don't have the interest to look on it, or B, know about it but don't want to tell the Belizean people the truth. The truth is that in this fiscal year, Madam Speaker, we are going to pay off $126,035,078 of debt. That's what they pay. As we borrow, we pay. And when we borrow, we don't spend everything one lick, man. You need to speak the entire truth, not just a part of the truth. And try to confuse Belizean people, the Belizean people. So, Hallover Bridge. We come, I think, about in 2 occasions to pay, we vote for the Hallover Bridge. I think about $60 million. And how much did you spend, Minister of Infrastructure and Development? The Hallover Bridge? Well, we built it about, I think, between 25 and 30 million. But yet, the UDP don't come and make we approve 60 million, you know. Thank God, they never built a bridge. Because somebody else will be very, very, very happy. Several generations will be happy if they were building it for 60 million. And we can continue going through, Madam Speaker. The important point is that we are unapologetic when you come here and borrow in the interest of the Belizean people. If they could only leave their politics aside for a moment and start to think about what is in the best interest of this country. Yes, we want to do more education. We've never said that. But this government has been doing more than anybody else in education. We are feeding about 15,000 students in education. We feed them. Something that you all never did think about. every child in the south side of Belize City have free access to education, to free education, because we pay everything for them. So come and tell me, oh, we did do this, we could do. Of course we can. We admit that. But we have to look at the entire picture. That section of the road, and member from Mesopotamia, you travel it often because you have business in Belmopan. You know that tricky area, you have to really know that road. Because if you don't know what to do, you could easily lose control and to be able to get, God forbid, we get into an accident. And we have to upgrade the highway system. It is a part of the economy, from agriculture to tourism to services and to the safety of the Belizean people. And maybe I need to repeat this because then a lot of you all did not have the interest to make a note that when we do this, it will also help with the flooding in Belize City. Because all of that water, the way it is, because of the amount of water, it backs up and it goes into Belize City and flood out the very same poor people you're talking about, remember from Mesopotamia, the south side brothers and sisters. We don't have the house high enough. So, by putting bigger culverts and fixing the Burden Canal Bridge, then we'll be able to alleviate some of the flooding. We're not saying we're not stop the flooding, but at least it won't be as bad as it is, and if it continue to rain in bigger showers as it's predicted under climate change, then it would be even more imperative that we do these things. I wish you could sometimes just leave your politics on one side and say, for once, and say, let us do something in the interest of the Belizean people. We understand that we have all these needs. We understand that people go through a difficult time. That is why we've announced the GST 2 weekends before Christmas for the Belizean people. Who don't ever think about that? Never did. They never had the sense, they never have the vision to think about these things. So we are understanding and we're doing the best we possibly can. Madam Speaker, as I finish this, wrap up this debate, I am still hoping and praying and reaching out to the opposition to join us and to support us in a loan that is critical to the development of this country and to make life better for our citizens. I thank you.
Honourable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration and report. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 49.1, I move that the motion be taken through all its stages.
Honourable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favour kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Introduction of bills.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Investment and Economic Transformation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have two revenue supplementary appropriations to present, and I'm asking for your indulgence to allow us to deal with two of them as one, as opposed to go through one by one.
The question on the table, members, is that we allow the two bills, which would be the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation bills, to be dealt with as one in terms of the debate. All those in favour kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. Proceed, Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, this is the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2024-2025, number 2 bill of 2025. I rise to introduce and move the second reading of a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2025. And also the General Appropriation, Supplementary Appropriation 2025-2026 Bill of 2025. I rise to introduce and move the second reading of a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day, March 2025. Madam Speaker, both bills have the recommendation of the Cabinet. I'll try to give a little bit of explanation, Madam Speaker, and I'll try to keep it to be a bit concise, since also my other colleagues will also stand up in certain areas to give more of an explanation. It is important to point out that in the 2024-2025, where the government augmented its approval spending during the fiscal year, and where for purposes of transparency and responsibility seeks the subsequent consideration and approval of this Honorable House. And please, I ask permission to refer to my notes. I will also take a broad macro approach, since, as I said, members on this side, especially in Cabinet, may wish to provide further details on certain allocations. There are three distinct categories of spending. You have the recurrent, you have Capital 2, and you have Capital 3. As members recognize, these classifications describe the nature of spending, whether undertaken in the normal course, or whether capital investments financed locally or capital investments financed by external sources. For the fiscal year 2024-2025, the total supplementary submission is $78,752,546, of which approximately $20.5 million is for recurrent, $49.25 million Capital 2, and $9 million Capital 3. For this supplementary, therefore, 75% or 3/4 of the total allocation is for Capital 2 and Capital 3 investments. Now let me outline some of the larger allocations within this supplementary. The Ministry of Finance accounts for some $10.5 million, which includes approximately $4.5 million for various mandatory international contributions. The UDP was not, for years when they were in government, never did pay the subscription that they had to pay for these different international bodies that we belong to, such as the Institute of Meteorology and University of the West Indies. $1 million for printing services across government, various grant allocations, including about $250,000 from UNDP, $435,000 for a new X-ray machine at the Carl Huchner Memorial Hospital. Immigration accounts for $1.1 million for the purchase of additional passports. It's important to point out that this $1.1 million is recovered with the sale of these passports booklets when Belizeans apply for their passports. The Ministry of Home Affairs accounted for some $3.7 million, largely related to the cost of our recruitment squad number 98. This new squad had about 225 new recruits to bolster the ranks of the police department at a time when citizen security persists as a major focus of the government. The Ministry of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Labor and Local Government accounted for $2.2 million, almost entirely accounting for the transfer of the head tax from Belize City Council for the period July 2022 to September 2024. What is happening is that this head tax goes into a sinking fund, and it's only when the time to pay the sinking fund, then the City Council asked us to give them the monies that we've collected under that. So, and that came up to $2.2 million. Lastly, the Ministry of the Blue Economy and Disaster Risk Management accounted for $1.5 million. And that spending was mostly entirely to augment the budget of the National Fire Service. In regards to the Capital 2 allocation, I wish to highlight the following investments. $10 million was invested One second, Madam Speaker. Got too much papers here with me, Madam Speaker. I have it on my phone. $10 million was to the Office of the Prime Minister and allocated to the Constituency Development Fund, the CDF, and that benefit all 31 constituencies. Even the UDP get money from that, all of them. $9 million attributed to the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing, which funded the new road from the village of Bully Tree to Spanish Lookout. What's important about this road, Madam Speaker, is that whenever there's any flooding in Belize, in the Cairo area, the tongue and also we have Spanish Lookout and them, they get cut off. But now we're almost like you have like a ring now, because now this will connect to Bully Tree and to San Ignacio and could still be able to take out their produce and their products. I'm sorry? Yeah, of course. It's important for trade. We have a lot of trade, a lot of agriculture in that area, and cattle. $1.3 million was attributed to the Ministry of Finance for vehicles and the vehicle tracking system. Under this government, Madam Speaker, know that we're putting tracking systems, and now even that we'll be able to shut down vehicles over the weekend that cannot be used only if you have permission. We're already starting to see a decrease in the amount of fuel that is being used. Then we also, the Ministry of Finance used $1.1 million for awards, settlements, and compensation, and $1.6 million for the Financial Intelligence Unit. Now, I really want to take time, Madam Speaker, for what was done with this $1.6 million for the Financial Intelligence Unit, and to give credit and to allow the Belizean people to understand what we have achieved. I need to acknowledge what this money was all about, and also to express my appreciation and our government, and I think by all Belizeans, the appreciation for the team of the FIU under the leadership of the former director, which is Ms. Lenny McGann, for what they have accomplished for Belize in this support. For over a decade, Belize was a financial pariah in the international financial system. The name of Belize is synonymous with de-risking in the international community. It's under the UDP that we lost about 85% of all of our correspondent banking relationships that we had. The correspondent banking crisis of Belize faced was a direct result of Belize being grey-listed by the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, the CFATF, in 2011. Who was in government then? I didn't see one over the other side. This financial isolation had a direct adverse impact on Belizean businesses, families, and individuals. And we say individuals because even people in states may have problems for send money to Belize. So through the unyielding efforts of the FIU and the broader team of public service officers or public officers who came together with a singular purpose to change the narrative and build a new image of Belize, Belize achieved the distinction of having the strongest technical compliance rated in the world. Belize is no longer grey-listed or blacklisted. Belize now whitelisted, is now whitelisted, a status achieved by less than 15% of the countries in the world. These historic achievements mark a dramatic turnaround. It is a triumph for which we extend our gratitude to all those who brought through their sacrifice, because they used to work some long hours, and even the National Assembly, because remember I want to bring all of these bills for us to support, and I will give credit to the opposition. They used to support it on those ones. That now believes that now, because of all of that work, we are making banking in Belize easier. And all of us are benefiting in our daily lives, in the conduct of our own business and personal affairs, in the financial system, and in this economy. I must pause to thank Senator Chris Koye, who spent countless hours and meetings in Belize and abroad, along with the Financial Secretary Joe Wade and Lenny McGann, along with her team at the FIU. Remember, the UDP may had somebody else there, and he was unable to do that work. That is why we needed new leadership. And because of the work that they have done, now Belize is no longer blacklisted nor grey listed, one of among 15% of the countries around the world that have been able to get this grade. So it's important to point out that we're not just spend for spend, Madam Speaker. We have $3.2 million as, for the Ministry of the Public Service. Again, that's for the funding. Remember, Madam Leader of the Opposition, March of 2025, I know that called general elections. Remember that? We only spent $3.2 million for the public service, and I must thank the honorable member from Fort George who continues to lead that ministry. We have $2 million linked to the Ministry of Public Service, Utilities, Logistics, and E-Governance for the initial funding of a national ID program. $5 million attributed to, for the rural transformation for various streets and public roads improvements in several of our municipalities, and for a reverse osmosis water system in the village of Sarteneja. $2.7 million for the Ministry of Health, which includes $1.2 million for the construction of a pediatric ward in the Northern Regional Hospital, and $600,000 towards new ambulances. $2.6 million for the Ministry of Education relating to the National Healthy Start Feeding Program, benefiting some 15,000 primary school students, as well as contributions to the Wi-Fi program for schools. And one final mention is the $800,000 spent on surveys and mapping from the Ministry of Natural Resources as we continue to work assiduously under the leadership of the DPM to get lands in the hands of the Belizean people. On Capital 2 allocations, from the Office of the Prime Minister, you have $2.7 million. This is again to fund project pipelines and the social investment funds, usually water and schools and now security. $4.4 million from infrastructure development and housing, which includes spending for the Caracol Road, recording various disbursements from OFID and CDB, as well as $600,000 for road safety. Lastly, $1 million on the Ministry of Sustainable Development relating to the 24 sanitary landfill. The sanitary landfill, they already get filled up, and so they have to dig more areas where we could store the garbage. So the House is being asked to consider and approve this supplementary appropriation on the basis that for fiscal year 2024-2025, the total recurrent revenues and grants surpass the approved budget by approximately $125 million, or by more than 8% of the forecasted amount. Now, I underscore that the total supplementary authorization sought is $78.7 million, which is the equivalent of just 1% of 2025 GDP, and less than 5% of the total expenditures of the year 2024-2025. Both of these measures illustrate the Cabinet and the Ministry of Finance were measured and prudent in managing the supplementary process. And I need to make, on an election year, remember when the UDP in 2015, what did we do? They just spend. And they still never come back to the house and tell me how much they spend, you know. Just in Belize City, they may give away over about $44 million just in Belize City. They may give fridge and the TVs. On TV, people they need TV and then they get on TV. They get mattress, they get sand, they get all kind of things. Just give away the money. We did not go down that road, Madam Speaker, because we know that our work speaks for itself. And that's why I want to once again thank the Belizean people for us to be able to win another 26 seats, and by even a bigger margin than what we got in 2020. So on this basis, I ask that this Honorable House support this bill and take it through all its stages at today's sitting. Now, Madam Speaker, going on now to the second appropriation for the year 2025-2026. The total authorization sought by this bill is $131,649,601. Of which the recurrent portion is around 30.4 million, Capital 2 is 74 million, and Capital 3 is $27.2 million. The recurrent represents 23% of the total supplementary submission, while Capital 2 and 3 represent 77%. Again, the recurrent allocation is almost entirely the value of the wage increase. Remember, we give a wage increase for public officers, teachers, and security personnel, as we agreed earlier this year with the negotiations between Belize and the joint unions. And I'm sure you support that, right? Madam Leader of the Opposition? This is the first instance of the 4.5% of the current salaries, as it's estimated for just under $15 million for the period from 1st of October 2025 to 31st March 2024. When the entire wage and pension increase is implemented, the full 8.5%, the annual value of this increase will be $60 million per year. I wish to underscore that this is the largest increase in wages and pensions ever awarded by any government of Belize. This wage increase recognizes the hard work and dedication of public officers, teachers, and security personnel, including the police department, the BDF, and the Belize Coast Guard. And I emphasize, as we on this side of the House have done during regular budget presentations, that the largest single allocation of public funds within the national budget is directed to the wages and pensions of almost 16,000 public employees. As the country's largest employer, this government has set the example with this wage increase, an example that recognizes the value of work and that considers the rising cost of living largely because of the price of imported goods, which are beyond our control. And let us always remember, especially those on the other side, why it is that this government can afford this level of increase. Because we have managed the public finances responsibly, slashing the public debt, collecting taxes from those who should pay, and controlling spending. The other notable recurrent allocations, Madam Speaker, is $3 million to support the pension benefits of the employees at the Carl Husha Memorial Park Hospital. Remember, they were clamoring and saying that they were not getting all of the pension they should have gotten when they left the government service. Whilst I believe that we could have fought it legally, we felt that it's best to have a good working relations with the unions. And we did the right thing. We sat down and we negotiated and we've agreed to give another $3 million to support the pension benefits of the employees. We also had another $1 million for an additional grant to the University of Belize. $800,000 for the rejuvenated Ministry of Sports, and $1.4 million to support the Colby Foundation. Now, the Colby Foundation, remember, they manage the prison. And again, because of the increasing cost of goods, of the food for the prisoners, they came back to government and negotiated an increase. So today, we are spending $25 per prisoner per day. So when you multiply it per year, you could see how much you had. That's why I remember DPA was always saying it's cheaper to keep a child in school than to keep them in prison. That is why we continue to invest in the Ministry of Education to ensure that our kids stay in school. Now for Capital 3 allocations, $6.1 million for the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing for the upgrading of the road between the towns of San Ignacio and Benquevio del Carmen. I'm sure if the honorable member from Cayo West would be here, he'd be happy to get up and say that, yes, that is an important road. But he did say he's not feeling well. He sent me a message, and I hope he gets better soon. But yes, we spent for the road. Also, $2.5 million allocation for the installation of the Santa Familia Bridge, and $1.2 million for the upgrade of the road from Orangeoak Town to the village of Guinea Grass. Also, MIDH, there's another $2.7 million for the complement grant funds from the ROCT for the upgrading of the National Assembly building in the Republic of China, Taiwan. Remember, they made a grant, but it's not enough. And we feel that we must also have a little bit of pride and say, we have put the difference. And so we have $2.5 million towards that to finish. And as you said, Madam Speaker, that hopefully by the end of January, we will have the first sitting in the refurbished and renewed National Assembly. And also there's a $2.7 million for the repair and building of streets in the Vista del Mar area of Ladyville. $6 million under the Ministry of Finance, and this is related to the cost, to the closing down of the recently purchase of the government, by the government, of the dams previously owned by Fortis, and the 33.3% of shares on BEL. This provision covers the legal, accounting, financial, technical, and other costs relating to this historic acquisition. Also pertaining to the Ministry of Finance is $3.7 million for the acquisition of vehicles. Now let me mention something when it comes to the issue of vehicles, Madam Speaker. We have done a number of things when it comes to that. First of all, most of these vehicles are replacing vehicles. After 4 or 5 years in the service, these vehicles, we need to replace them. It costs more to keep them running than to, in effect, buy another one. Secondly, we are not buying luxury vehicles. In many instances, some ministries, the public service ministries, they would send us wanting to buy luxury vehicles, and we have rejected that. And so mostly they buy SUVs and pickups in a range between $50,000 and $60,000. Secondly, what we have been doing now, we have put in trackers on these vehicles so that we could monitor the use of this vehicle. So whenever a public officer would go to, say, okay, they have to go to a meeting or they have to go somewhere, we will know exactly where they're going. And then the ministry responsible for that vehicle then can know exactly where you have been. Because many times some of our officers, they say they're going to a meeting, and they go to a meeting for only half an hour, and then after that you don't see them for the rest of the day. Or the weekends they're using it as their personal vehicle. And I understand that sometimes they want to use that vehicle, but at the end of the day, it's costing us a lot of money. So these truckers now, we are already seeing that the use of the vehicles are being minimized, and immediately also we're starting to see the amount of fuel that's being used. It's going down. The Ministry of Finance also, we made a contribution to our sister nation, Jamaica. Our heart goes out to Jamaica of $400,000. I hope whatever amount we can afford, as I told Prime Minister Holness, now, I mean, we small and poor, but we can do whatever we can to be able to help. And I know a lot of citizens, and for instance, I think the business people from Spanish Lookout and other areas, they managed to send, was it one company, they sent a container of food for them. And so I want to applaud all of these efforts by all Belizeans as a government. We've sent $400,000 for them, and also we also set aside another $400,000 for our friends in Cuba who also got battered by the hurricane. There's a provision of $250,000 to support the Financial Intelligence Unit, and also to the students here. We sent food for the students both in Cuba and in Jamaica. All of them got food. And I know some people want to try to play politics of it. I mean, they want to try to say, oh, now we did something. The other side probably not do nothing. Relating to the Office of the Prime Minister, there is a $3 million allocation for special security operations of the National Security Directorate, deployed to complement the regular program of the Home Affairs Ministry, along with $3.8 million for the National ID program. For the Ministry of Health, there's another amount of $1.2 million. That word change a bad word. We don't use that word. There's another $1.2 million for the pediatric ward, to finishing up the ward in the Northern Regional Hospital, and $350,000 for the provision for UNICEF works. For Foreign Affairs, there's another $2.2 million. This is for immigration. $2.2 million for the purchase of passports, booklets, and permit supplies. Again, there is one case, Madam Speaker, as soon as we get the passports, people come and get their passports. So I think more and more people are traveling, and also because it has the little chip that has your biometrics. You know, people want, we can make it so much easier for all of us to be able to travel worldwide. The Ministry of Education, then the then Minister from, Honorable Member from Toledo West, came to Cabinet and said, we are overwhelmed by the need for more scholarships, and there's a shortage of $5 million. So $5 million we give for more scholarships. And even the opposition get help with these scholarships. Unlike what they used to do to we. They used to give nothing with scholarships. They used to take all we give to the opposition too, Madam Speaker. Under the Ministry of Economic Transformation is a $2.5 million that's allocated for the campaign to eliminate the fusarium fungus in the sugar industry for 40,000 acres of cane fields. I just asked the Honorable Member from Toledo East, and he was telling me that that we're starting to see the early results, that we're starting to see some improvements. We're still going to be damaged by this fungus, but at least we've kind of controlled the spread and then try to help some of these cane stocks to be able to grow. On the Ministry of National Defense and Border Security, we provided $5.5 million for the recruitment and training and equipment of 300 new soldiers to join the ranks of the BDF. Because when they're retiring, we have not been replacing, so we have to be able to keep up with to replenish our soldiers in the BDF. Also, we made provisions for $1 million to fund 50 additional Coast Guard officers. So we're getting from the BDF, the Coast Guard, and the police. The Ministry of Local Government, there's $2 million for the upgrading of streets in Belize City, $6 million for the same purpose to upgrading of streets in the other municipalities, and $1.2 million for the dredging of the mouth of the Belize River. Again, we have to work with the flooding. Over time, it's been years. I think it's the PUP government that was the last one that we dredged that mouth of the river, and with years the siltation then does not allow the water to run freely, and it affects not only Belize City but also the Belize River Valley area, because the water can't flow as quickly as it should. In Capital 3 allocations, there are only a few highlights, Madam Speaker. $5.7 million for the Belize National Trust Fund, provided under the Office of the Prime Minister. $1.8 million, and this is for I think for mostly schools and that they build, and water supplies and so forth, water systems. $1.8 million for the Social Investment Fund. $8 million for the Climate Resilience and Sustainable Agriculture Project, CRESAP, and $3.1 million to help fund the Rural Water and Sanitation Project, co-funded by the Inter-American Development Bank. As I did with the previous bill, it is vital to view this supplementary allocation with the wider scope of the economy and the relevant budget framework. The value of the supplementary budget is less than 2% of this year's projected GDP. The value is just 7.4% of the total recurrent revenue and grants of the fiscal year. We need to take into consideration, and I know that a member from Mesopotamia can greatly appreciate, that a budget is just a guess estimate. You figure based on cost, this is what you look at, all your costs, expenses for salaries, things that recurrent, and whatever other projects you may do, and you project that this is what you will spend. But in a huge organization like the government of Belize, many times the projections or the costs tend to be more than what was expected. And that is why we have to come from time to time to make these adjustments. But what is important, that unlike the previous government, we bring it to the House. And we ask for the approval of this honorable House for us to be able to spend the money and let the entire country. No, we're not trying to hide it, like what the UDP did with $1.5 billion that they never reported to the National Assembly. So it is important also, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I want to point out also that we have a portion on the expenditure side, but we also have on the revenue side. And on the revenue side, the revenues we're collecting is more than what is projected. So whilst it's not totally balanced off, it will help to be able to pay off some of this extra cost that we are incurring. So, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Finance, we're confident that if most, if not all of these supplementary provisions will be covered by the incremental revenue collections. And we have not raised taxes, so I just want to make that very clear. So on this basis, I urge all members, both sides, to support this bill and ask that it be taken through all its stages as to these things. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member for Albert.
Madam Speaker, with your permission to refer to my notes. 1 second. Sorry? Oh, yeah.
The proposal. Yeah. You can.
It seems, Madam Speaker, that, we talk a lot about, or this administration speaks a lot about transparency and accountability and what they are doing that the former administration didn't do. But, Madam Speaker, these two supplemental appropriation bills account for an additional $210 million. Madam Speaker, you will recall when the Prime Minister stood up in this honorable House and talked about grandstanding, spoke so eloquently about the fact that our economy had grown by 8.2%, Madam Speaker, when the truth is that we had only seen a 3.5% growth. And if the economy is as robust as the Prime Minister continues to pontificate, why is it that we keep coming back to this house over and over and over and over and over for additional sums of money to balance the budget? The truth is, Madam Speaker, there has been severe under-budgeting by this administration. When the budget is presented, and it was presented 6 months after the election, so there was ample time to get it right. In fact, at that time, the Prime Minister said the reason there was such a delay in the presentation of the budget is because ministries had been realigned, realigned, and he needed to get it right before coming to the Belizean people. Madam Speaker, taxpayers, working families, and communities continue to shoulder the burden of an administration that governs with no regard for transparency, no regard for accountability, and no regard for the economic hardships of our people. Why is it, Madam Speaker, that as the expenditure side of this budget is presented, these allocations are presented, supplementary appropriations are presented, why is it that we don't hear on the revenue side where let's present the complete picture? We are to trust that we're collecting more revenues. It's coming in, trickling in. We're not raising taxes, which is an half-truth, because the way fees have increased in this country. The fact, Madam Speaker, that inflation, why is it we haven't reduced the cost of fuel at the pumps? Why haven't we? Because honestly, that's the only revenue the government can boast about. Even when crude oil prices have gone down significantly to the lowest it has ever been, the Belizean people still have to bear the high costs of fuel at the pumps. And the Prime Minister comes to this honorable house and says that we will look out for the people. My government is looking out for the people. If you're looking out for the people, Mr. Prime Minister, and you should listen, you shouldn't be on your phone. You shouldn't be on your phone. You should know that as the head of state who benefits from the high cost of fuel at the pumps, personally benefits from the high cost of fuel at the pump. You should know what the international cost on crude oil is. So we have returned to the House, Madam Speaker, for $210 million. I want that to sink in, because the truth is, what the Belizean people care about is the things that affect their daily lives. The high cost of living that continues to spiral out of control, Madam Speaker. The fact that not only imported, because you can reduce the cost of fuel. You can. The economy, they grow. It's robust. Man, you misrepresented that by over 5% growth. That is a gross mistake on truth that you presented to this House. Madam Speaker, as I said in my earlier presentation, 210 million, 69 million is not pocket change. This is not incidental spending. This is not, Madam Speaker, a technical adjustment, as the Prime Minister wants us to believe. This, Madam Speaker, is a massive overrun, a giant fiscal wake-up, and a glaring indictment on a government that has lost control of its spending. A government that has lost control of its priorities. And a government, and I want you to pay attention to me, member for Orange Walk Central, that has lost control and lost the confidence of the Belizean people. It is a matter of fact. Madam Speaker, I represent the Albert constituency. It is a Southside constituency, Madam Speaker, where the social infrastructure is quite different than on the northern side of the city. You don't have to take my word for it, Madam Speaker. You go on any social media platform, the number of families that continue to go on social media begging for support for health care, basic health care. But we, in the budget, promoted the fact that we're investing $50 million in NHI, and it's not serving the people because people do not have access to adequate health care. Over and over and over, we receive the reports, particularly in the north, member for Orange Walk Central, where when you go to the hospitals and the clinics, if you don't take your own medicine and supplies, you're not able to get treated. And that's a matter of public record. I ask, Madam Speaker, that the government, in presenting figures to close the gap on its overspending or under budgeting, that they also come not only with the expenditure side, but tell us how we're going to pay for it. You see, at the time of the reading of the budget, Madam Speaker, the debt to GDP ratio looked good, no? Because the truth is, it is presented to ensure that we have a quote-unquote balanced budget, knowing full well that the budget presented to the Belizean people is not suffice and cannot at all meet the needs of a growing economy, of a people who are desperate for public services, of young people needing and looking for jobs, despite the fact that the Prime Minister will stand up in this honorable house and suggest that, man, we almost don't have no unemployment if you listen to him. That does not reflect what is happening on the ground in the communities that we represent, and particularly not in the communities in the south side of Belize City. Madam Speaker, the members on this side of the House will not support the bill in its current form. Tell us, Madam Speaker, what new allocations will be given to support our safety net initiatives for families who keep falling in the margins, those who are most vulnerable in our communities. Tell us, Madam Speaker, if this is the only supplemental we can expect from the government for the remainder of this financial year, and if the trend of this administration, Madam Speaker, proves anything, this supplemental, or these two supplementals, are just the first of many. We deserve better, Madam Speaker, and we should demand better. We will continue to advocate for the needs of the most vulnerable in our society, those who need access to higher education, those who need access to basic services in health, those who need access to housing, those who need access to land, those who need access to jobs, those who feel the pain every day of making difficult decisions, whether they're going to pay a utility bill or put food on the table. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Mesopotamia.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I'd like to refer to my notes, please. Madam Speaker, Supplementary Appropriation Number 2 for the fiscal year 2024-2025. A document that quite frankly should have come to this Honorable House months ago. Not long after the fiscal year has closed and the money has already been spent. Madam Speaker, this supplementary is very late. It's not just a procedural delays. It is a symptom of deeper financial mismanagement. A breach of proper public governance and blatant disregard for the parliamentary oversight that houses is constitutionally mandated, this House is constitutionally mandated to perform. The fiscal year 2024-2025 ended in March 31st, 2025. A supplementary appropriation should have been brought during the year when the spending occurs or immediately after the foreseen expenditures arise. But today we are being asked to retroactively approve spending from the fiscal period that is already history. This is after the fact budgeting Budgeting by backdating, Mr. Speaker. This government, this administration spent millions of dollars without parliamentary approval. I'll give a good couple of examples, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the under budgeting. For example, we're here, Ministry of Home Affairs. I just opened up the book, Ministry of Home Affairs, and it says here the estimated budget was $9 million, but yet the revised estimate is $10 million. And the following year, they still put it back at $9 million. And it goes constantly with every department. It's the constant under budgeting. And that's why we're here today to pass this supplementary allocation 2024-2025. Instead of coming to the House before spending or as soon as they recognize the shortfall, they spend the money, sign the contracts, made the payments, and now only they're trying to clean it up with late supplementary allocations 2024-2025. And yes, Mr. Speaker, previous administrations had delays in bringing supplementary. And I must say that if they could do it, we could do it. They could do it 10 years ago, we could do it today again too. Mr. Speaker, I bet you the government will respond that when the UDP were in government, they did the same, or even claim worse. The government of today failed to realize that they are the one who campaign on good governance, and their plan Belize 1.0 and 2.0. Blaming the previous administrations to justify their authority to do the same is just irresponsible. Mr. Speaker, it is especially concerning that this supplementary is being rushed before the Auditor General's finalizes the audit 2024-2025 fiscal year. The government wants to regularize the overspending so that when the audit comes, the book looks clean. It is an attempt to sanitize unauthorized expenditures. Mr. Speaker, I go now to 2025-2026. Mr. Speaker, I clearly remember, because it was my first budget debate during the summer, when the budget was read and we debated the budget. I stood right here in this very seat, the very position, and warned that many government ministries were underreporting and suppressing their true budget needs just to make the budget appear balanced. And even with all the massaging of numbers, even with all the cosmetic trimmings and the underreporting, the government still came up $40 million short. That alone should have kept being a red flag. But now, Mr. Speaker, we're here today, November 25th, 2025. 6 months ago, after the budget was passed, and the very same government is back here in this honorable house asking for an additional $131 million. This confirms exactly what I said and what I warned: constant under-budgeting. Government ministries deliberately under-budget their needs, under-report their projections, and understate their operations, not because the numbers were real, but because they wanted the national budget to look good in the budget book. This supplementary proves that today. The budget was never realistic. Mr. Speaker, a budget is supposed to be honest, transparent, and accurate, and reflective of the real national needs. And yes, sometimes you have things that pop up and, things happen. But no, $131 million happened. What this government did was to prepare a budget based on suppressed figures and not our reality. Ministries were told to cut the numbers, lower the requests, reduce the line items, keep it in line with the budget, and still $40 million short and now another $131 million today. A national budget that was artificially constrained, and now halfway through the year, ministries are short of money and in financial crisis. If you force the ministries to underreport their needs just to make the deficit look smaller, then, of course, 6 months later, they will come back to try patch up the holes. 131 million holes. Mr. Speaker, supplementaries are normal. And I said it over, and Prime Minister said, yes, it's normal. But this size, this timing, and this pattern is not normal. A supplementary of $131 million is not normal. The budget was knowingly unrealistic. Ministries could not operate on the given allocations because it was underreported. Revenue projections were likely inflated. Expenditure controls were weak or ignored. Ministry of Finance had no real handle on the forecasting. This is not unexpected expenditures. This is not emergency spending. This is not contingency adjustments. This is a government fixing a budget that they knew from day one was not grounded in reality. Under budgeting. Ministries are now scrambling to cover their basic needs. Mr. Speaker, the bare fact that ministries are now back here asking for more money shows their original allocations were simply not enough. The Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of National Security, Health and Infrastructure, Housing, Education, Immigration, just to name a few, all struggling with operational costs because they were forced to understate their needs just to help the government claim that the budget had improved and balanced $40 million deficit. Mr. Speaker, the government likes to talk about fiscal responsibility, but look where we are today. Numbers rearranged to look better in a press release, not to reflect the true cost of governing. A credible government would present real figures, not suppress figures. Manage expenditures within what was approved, or at least keep it close. Come back only when truly necessary to this House. And the plan is based on evidence, not their presentation. But instead, the government is now halfway through the year, scrambling to fill another $131 million gap by its own decision to understate its true expense. The Belizean people deserve honesty in budgeting. The Belizean people expect straight talk. They expect the national budget to be based on truth, not politicking. When a government presents a budget that is knowingly understated, it is misleading the public. When they come 6 months later with a massive supplementary, it is an admission that the original budget was a work of fiction and a mirage. Mr. Speaker, this is not transparency. This is not good fiscal governance. This is moving numbers around just to make the picture look good. Mr. Speaker, the supplementary appropriation is simply not correct. It confirms that ministries were underfunded and underreporting. It confirmed that the budget was misleading. It confirmed that the government was more interested in the optics than the budget than the realities of governing. Today, the $131 million request tells Belizeans one thing loud and clear. The budget passed this summer was never enough to run the country. And now, we must pay for it. I could bet you, Mr. Speaker, before the end of 2026 March, we will have much more supplementaries coming because of the under-budgeting. I'll just go ahead and state a few numbers right here based on the numbers that were given to us. And yes, the Prime Minister made mention of detailed some of the figures and said that how the monies were spent. But some of it were just blanket figures. Just one number thrown there and no explanations. If we would have gotten these numbers and more details prior, then we would not be here asking questions and see how all the monies were spent. And not all departments or not all supplementary allocations were mentioned or detailed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Mesopotamia. Your mic.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon to colleagues. I'd like to start off by thanking the member from Mesopotamia for his presentation this afternoon on this particular supplementary appropriation. I think a lot of what he said we have to take into account, and we have to look at the ways we can improve the way we budget in this country. But, Mr. Speaker, for the opposition to come into this House and say that they are not going to support this budget, we have to tell the Belizean people what exactly they are not supporting. Because they are not supporting investments in people. One of the major parts of this particular supplementary, Mr. Speaker, is a salary adjustment that was negotiated with the Public Service Union, with the BNTU, that is benefiting all public officers. On October 1st, it came into effect, the first 4.5%. That was not a foreseen expense. It's something that came after the discussions with the unions, with the joint union team. So I am here to say, yes, I do support the spending on our public officers. I do support that they should have gotten that 4.5% salary adjustment. The opposition says no. The opposition said they will not support that budget. They will not support that allocation. They are saying that they will not support the 4.5% salary increase. But, Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, also what was negotiated in the last round of the collective bargaining agreement was an increase in transfer grants. That also is a benefit to public officers when they move from one location to the other. According to the collective bargaining agreement that was signed by the Prime Minister last year, those transfer grants were increased. That is included in the supplementary, Mr. Speaker. And I think the opposition has to explain to the Belizean people why it is that they would vote against such an allocation. Mr. Speaker, I could go into a number of initiatives. The improvements of the pediatric wing at the Northern Regional Hospital is the opposition saying that that should not be done. We can look at some of the other items, the recruitment in the BDF, the new recruitment in the Belize Coast Guard. These are also included in the supplementary budget. The upgrading of several roads, the projects that are continuing under MIDH, the opposition is saying that they don't want to support that. Mr. Speaker, it is funny when I hear the opposition comes in here and laments about this not happening and we're not investing enough in people. When we're seeing the investment in people, Mr. Speaker, we're seeing the investment in our public officers, we're seeing investment in our social programs. So they talk out of one side of their mouth saying we're not doing enough, but when we do get up and say we want to support these types of initiatives, they vote against these same initiatives, Mr. Speaker. So let them explain that, and they can pontificate all they want. And yes, as I said, we have to be able to do a more comprehensive budget exercise every single year, and I know that all ministries, all departments are engaged in that. And we have to look at what are priorities in all of our ministries, priorities in all of the departments, and be able to advocate for those priorities, and within the reality of the budget constraints, of course, but we have to be able to advocate for those, and we have to be able to carry out the projects that the people demand and that the people deserve. So, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to raise those very few points because I think it's important that the Belizean people understand that this is not a time for the opposition to be talking about politics. This is a time for us to invest in people. And through this supplementary, through this allocation of resources in people, we are seeing that investment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution on both supplementaries that are before us. And I too want to join in certainly advancing the points that were made by the honorable member from Fort George. Because when you listen to that crowd on the other side, in fact, it's no longer a crowd. It's only the leader of the opposition and one member. That speaks to the kind of confidence that they have in their leader. So the Belizean people are certainly making note of that. But, Mr. Speaker, the point I want to make is that the leader of the opposition speaks about investment in social programs. And I just want to reiterate some of the points that I think it is very important that I want to speak to certain areas. I want to speak to health. The kind of investment that this government has made in national health insurance across this country. And as the Prime Minister has repeatedly said, the National Health Insurance Program has been rolled out across this country. This government, the People's United Party, has the record that the National Health Insurance Program started under the administration of the Right Honorable Said Musa in the Toledo district, where we saw the highest level of poverty. And the government undertook that because it is one way of giving back to the people, one way of ensuring that the poor people have access to good health care services. That is why we started it. And that is why under this administration, we have rolled out to essentially all the country. Kayo, soon to come on board. So, speaking about social programs, when poor people can go to the hospital and see a doctor, they can get attended to and get the kind of services that they need, whether it is an ultrasound or any other service for that matter, and that they can get their medication. That is caring for the poor people. I listened to the leader of the opposition, and, you know, it surprises me, but it doesn't, it doesn't really, I don't really expect anything better from them when she said that poor people going to the hospital and actually carrying their medications. That doesn't make any sense. That is not logical. Why would you go to a doctor if you're carrying your medications? So under this government, we have seen significant investment in health services. Mr. Speaker, I want to also speak to the whole issue of education. And I want to thank the member from Freetown, under whose leadership we saw the EOP program implemented across this country, helping young students, and we continued that. Whilst I was there for a brief stint at the Ministry of Education, we saw the expansion of where students' tuition in schools across the country are paid fully by the Ministry of Education and the government of Belize. This ensured that every single child had greater access to a quality education, whether you can pay for it or not. That is investing in social programs. We have seen a significant increase in the rollout of the Health Start school feeding program. Health Start school feeding program, where today we have over 15,000 students directly benefiting. Mr. Speaker, the member from Fort George also spoke to the issue of education, and Prime Minister did indicate that just recently Cabinet approved $5 million to continue to invest in tertiary level education for our students. Not only for UB, Galen, and our junior colleges across this country, but including universities that are outside of Belize. That is the kind of investment that this government is doing in education. And I will say to you, we try to be fair, because whenever these applications come to us, many of the applications would come through the area reps, but equally so, in fact, I believe we had even more applications coming in directly through the district education centers across this country. And every single application that came in, whether it is secondary school, whether it is tertiary level or university, we have honored it, Mr. Speaker. That is our commitment to education, to advancing the education of our people. So what better investment when you invest in education, when you train your human resource, when you give your young people an opportunity to be able to get a good education and to contribute significantly to the development of our nation. So I don't know what they're talking about. And I also want to speak to a similar issue that the member from Fort George also spoke about, the investment in granting the increments and the allowances to our teachers and public servants. And let's not forget that under this administration, Proposal 22 was approved, and that saw significant investment in our teachers. You know, under Proposal 22, essentially what happened, as you know and as the nation may know, prior to Proposal 22 being approved, government-aided schools and those that were privately managed, the teachers did not receive their full benefits. So essentially the arrangement was that if a teacher taught at a community school, for example at Toledo Community College, when they retired, they would only be getting 70% of their benefits. The other 30% was dependent upon whether the board would be able to pay them. And that is something that the unions and the teachers were advancing and advocating and asking that government take up full responsibility, because there should be no difference between a teacher who teaches at a government school and at a community school. They both teach. They teach the same thing. So they should be paid equal benefits. 13 years at UDP, 13 years under Patrick Faber and the leader of the opposition. Did they ever approve those benefits to the teachers? No. Who did it? The People's United Party. This government ensured that we successfully negotiated, and today all our teachers in these schools are beneficiaries of their full 100% benefits. That is a government that cares for its people. So when I listen to the leader, I think she's really running out of ideas. This government is serious about investing in our people. We have seen, Mr. Speaker, investments across the rural areas of this country. Today, Halacte, San Vicente, San Benito Poite, they have their mini-grid system under construction, and very soon they are going to get electricity. We saw Corazon getting electricity, and pretty soon in Toledo East, we are going to see Otosha, Dolores, and other communities that will benefit. That is investing in social programs. Water systems. Man, right now we completed the water system in Mabilha. Mafredai, about to be completed. New water systems are coming in Otosha, in Boom Creek, and across this country. Aren't those social programs? Aren't those investments to better the lives of our people? Come on. San Isidro just completed, and I can go on, Mr. Speaker. I wish the leader of the opposition and her lone member who's remained here with her would be here to listen to what investments this government has made across this country. We have seen significant investments in land acquisition. Every week, every other week, we hear the Deputy Prime Minister and his ministry having land clinics in which people come and they are able to process and get a piece of land. That is investment in people. So, what are they talking about? It's, you know, you are either hot or you're cold. Because on the one side they say, well, you know, we are not against investments, but you know, it's the manner in how you do it. Man, listen. We were elected to govern. We have a responsibility to ensure that we deliver to the people of this country. And yes, delivering on our platform, delivering to social programs and other needs of this country requires that from time to time we borrow. But we do not borrow recklessly. Do I have to remind them about Petro-Carib money? The amount of money that they had under Petro-Carib, what did they do? They had Tacos Fest. They had swimming competition. That's what they had, not investing in the people. So, Mr. Speaker, there is a stark difference. There is a clear difference between this government and that side of the House. We are committed to a continued work and development for Belize across this country. And no Chicken Little, no sky is falling is going to deter us from continuing our investment and building in our human capacity and resource. For the Belizean people know that this government delivers. That is what we are going to continue to do. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak to my constituency. And I want to say that I stand proudly here supporting this supplementary budget that is before us. And I'll tell you why. We saw also Punta Gorda Town, that's the capital of Toledo District. We have seen significant improvement in our infrastructure. Many of our streets have been improved. I remember when I was at local government, we set aside money to cement some of the streets, and we have seen that work continue under the honorable member from Toledo East, where various streets have either been cemented or paved. So that's investing in the people. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand here wholeheartedly, fully supporting the supplementary that is before us. I thank you.
Thank you, member for Toledo West. I now recognize the member for
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I will be brief, but I felt it absolutely necessary just to give 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker, in support of these supplementary allocations. The point is this, and I speak as member for Belize Rural Central. How could we do the investments in our infrastructure and in our social programs without the monies that come from the People's United Party government? How could we fix Sylvester Boulevard in Hattieville? How could we fix Mirage Road? How could we fix Vista Del Mar? How could we provide education for our students at Ladyville Tech and all the other social services that are being provided by this government? We have to spend money, but you do it in the right way by bringing the supplementary requests to the House of Representatives as opposed, as opposed to the other side, spending millions and hundreds of millions of dollars and not bringing any kind of permission to seek permission from the House of Representatives. And afterwards, they will say, oh, we slip up and we forget to bring it. The point is, Mr. Speaker, that this government, we are doing things in the correct way, we are investing, and which government can invest without borrowing sums of money? When you talk about the huge investment that has to be put down to get the road from Belize City, passing through Western Paradise and going up to Hattieville, how are we going to do that significant investment without making sure that it benefits our people? If the Burden Canal Bridge is about to drop, what we undo? What we undo if it is about to drop? Leave it, make it drop? When this is the major highway of our country? And the other thing, Mr. Speaker, talk about hypocrisy and speaking out of both sides of their mouth. How can we bring about development without investment and spending money in the correct way to benefit our people? I talk about, very briefly, the proposal that we would like to make Ladyville and Lord's Bank into a township. One person on social media, holla, left my village alone, but I want my street fix, I want my drain dig, I want my road, I want my garbage pickup. Everything is amiss. No. How are we going to help our people without investment of money and resources? That's a little aside, Mr. Speaker, but my main point this afternoon is that this government is not only doing things in the correct way, but we are making sure that the investments in our people are being felt across the length and breadth of this country. I support these two supplementary appropriations, 24 to 25 and 25 to 26, because it is investing in the Belizean people. And I, speaking for the people of Belize Rural Central, support these supplementary allocations because they are correct, they are the right thing to do, and they are building our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I now recognize a member for Freetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a very brief contribution, but I rise in support of these general revenue supplementary appropriation bills. And I want to make really 2 points that have been made already, but I think worth repeating. One, I think it's very important for the Belizean people to understand that our government takes very seriously our obligation to report to them on public expenditure. And that's what these supplementary appropriation bills are about. They are about accounting to the Belizean people for monies that we have spent and are intending to spend in some cases for specific, urgent, and in many cases unforeseen purposes. So when we talk, as we often do, we hear the opposition talk about disclosure, the need for disclosure, the need for transparency. I think it's important for the Belizean people to understand and appreciate that this is in fact what we are doing. This is disclosure, transparency in practice, right? Not just in rhetoric, because that's what we've heard from them. Rhetoric about disclosure, rhetoric about transparency. And their record in government, as others have pointed out, is one of the complete opposite of disclosure and transparency. It is our party that had to take them to court. And in fact, the court found and determined that the then Prime Minister had failed, as others have publicly stated, to properly and legally seek and get the approval of the National Assembly for over $1.5 billion in spending. So they never thought it was important to bring these supplementary appropriations. They just continued on doing everything that they wanted to do. So $1.5 billion, never accounted for. So I think that's important. It's important that the Belizean people understand that it's not always easy for a government to bring these supplementary appropriations. The easy thing to do is what they did, was to just ignore it, and not provide any accounting for it. And just spend. So that's an important matter, I think, that has to be put on the public record. The second point, as my friend, the honorable member for Fort George, has stated, when you say you're voting against or you're not supporting these supplementary appropriation bills, what is it that you are not supporting, right? And I see very clearly pointed out. What you're not supporting is you're saying, well, we are not supporting this increase in the salary adjustment for public officers. That's what they are voting against today, right? Even though at the time they were talking, oh, you have to give the public officers what they're asking for, have to give them what they're asking for. Well, we sat down with them and we negotiated in a respectful way a salary adjustment. We agreed to that. So, are you in support of that or are you against that? If you're voting against this supplementary appropriation bill today, then you are saying to the Belizean people and to the public officers, we are not supporting you getting that salary adjustment. So let the record reflect that. So that's one thing. You're also saying, I don't support expanding NHI. I don't support any further investments in national health insurance. Is that the position of the United Democratic Party? Let us know. Because if you vote against this supplementary appropriation bill, then that is your position on the record. Just as it is your position on the record that you are against a salary adjustment for public officers and teachers. Are you in support of improved infrastructure and housing? That Belizeans should have more access to housing, quality housing, low-income housing. Improve infrastructure. In many cases, this is infrastructure in rural communities, as the Honorable Member for Toledo West pointed out. So are you for that or are you against that? The Constituency Development Fund, all of they greedy for the fund, right? All of the Community Development Fund, the Constituency Development Fund, CDF. Never before, right? Never before the opposition got help from any government. They're getting help, just like we. Same thing like we did again. Yeah, more than in your case. In your case, in the case of my honorable friend from Fort John, then they get more than he. So we are being fair to them. So what is your position? Is it that you are against the monies that you are receiving? Are you saying you don't want those monies? Then say so. Say so publicly. If you're voting against the appropriation bill, then you're voting against the monies that you have received. Don't receive it, Chairman. Don't spend it. But you're voting against those monies. So what is the position of the United Democratic Party on the Constituency Development Fund? If you don't want it, then say so that we have that on the record that you don't want those funds. Rural development. The Honorable Member for Toledo West talked about it. Again, monies in this supplementary appropriation, there are monies there for rural development, community development work. Are you in favor of that or are you against it? What is the position of your party on this very important issue? Rural development. You all come here all the time complaining about this and that. You don't have this, the rural, your villages don't have this, your villages don't have that. This bill, these bills provide additional resources for rural development, community development work. Youth and sports. How many times have we talked about the need for increased investment in youth and sports? Right? Even they have raised it from time to time. So what are we doing? We're giving more monies. The Ministry of Youth and Sports has said, listen, we need some more resources for specific investments to improve. MCC and I think the Marian Jones, the Mexico Center, correct, Chairman, Minister. So the cabinet agreed we need to make these investments. So they've allocated additional funds, I think almost $1 million for that purpose. So are you saying you're not supporting that? I mean, is that what your position is as a party? You're against further investment. The border defense, border security, again, there are monies in these supplementary bills for enhanced border security, border defense, investing in our border facilities, Are you opposed to that? Are you against that? If you vote against these supplementary bills, that is your position on the record, that you're against these things. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, as my honorable friend from Toledo West has very articulately pointed out, lots of investments in education, the Education Upliftment Program project, which has been very transformative in terms of providing access to education for our young people across the country. But also in this supplementary, where another $5 million is being spent on scholarships and financial assistance for our students. So another $5 million. Increasing the UB subvention by $1 million. Are you all opposed to that? Are you opposed to that? Are you opposed to more? Because the first ones were run, as Minister can tell you, they are the first ones were run to the ministry, said they need more support. They need more support for their constituencies, more financial assistance for their constituencies. Even though our government has given them unprecedented support. When we were in opposition, we got nothing, little to nothing from them in terms of educational assistance for our constituents. So are they against these spendings, these additional spendings? The Connect Ed program, expanding Wi-Fi and internet services to our schools. Again, these are things provided for in these supplementary allocations. Are you against that? Do you not want our schools or students to have more access to enhanced Wi-Fi services, internet services? The National Healthy Start feeding program. We're feeding, as Prime Minister said, we're feeding over 15,000 young people every single day. They go to school, they get a meal every single day under the National Healthy Start feeding program. And we are going to expand that program. We're going to reach every corner of this country with the National Healthy Start feeding program. So are you opposed to our young people, to our students getting a meal at school? If you vote against this bill, that is your position on the record of the United Democratic Party. And I hope the Belizean people are paying attention. They are against all of these things when they stand up here and just talk empty rhetoric that they're opposed to these bills and talk, this is what they're against. This is what they're opposing. This is what they're voting against. So it's important, Mr. Speaker, for the Belizean people to understand that the government of Belize, we're being fully transparent. We're disclosing everything. We bring it to the House. We understand our legal obligations in terms of our duty to not only the National Assembly, but to the Belizean people. So we bring these bills so that we can have a robust debate about them. And the people need to understand as well what is included in these bills. As I said, the Ministry of Finance has made it very clear that these are, in many cases, we're dealing with, especially the second bill, we're dealing with a lot of urgent and unforeseen expenditures that have arisen. So, again, Mr. Speaker, I want to record my full support for these bills, and I urge all members of this National Assembly, especially the members of the opposition, to understand carefully what they are voting against. I thank you.
Thank you, Member for Freetown. I now recognize Member Corazon Southeast.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will be brief in my comments as some of my colleagues have already covered some of the salient points. But I think there is some context here we have to look at, Mr. Speaker. When we got into government, we had our debt to GDP from 134 to, that has been reduced by this Prime Minister and this government from 134 to about 63% debt to GDP ratio. That is not something to forget or to overlook. It was this government who put the finances of this country in right order. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister is the Prime Minister who does not let $1.5 billion be spent without the Belizean public's approval. Every dollar he spends, he comes to the House, he faces the Belizean people, he gives them the explanation, he faces the fire of the opposition to pass it. So he does not spend any money illegally. He comes to the House and he gets the approval of the House, Mr. Speaker. That is something to be applauded. You shouldn't just take that for granted. This Prime Minister is fiscally prudent. He is a fiscally responsible Prime Minister. So perhaps you may not agree with the policies of how he's spending the money, but he's always transparent to the Belizean people how he's investing their resources. Mr. Speaker, that is no mean feat. That takes courage to face the Belizean people, even with the tough decisions that has to be made. Mr. Speaker, I will only highlight briefly some of the issues I see for the Ministry of Defense. I want to thank my good friend, my brother from another mother, the member for Belmopan, for all the good work he has done. The short time I'm there, he looked like he took it and put it in overdrive, doing good stuff for the ministry and for the Coast Guard and for the BDF. Thank you very much, bro. And right here you see for the emoluments for the BDF soldiers. Again, that was another tough decision that had to be made, but it had to be corrected. The Prime Minister, along with the member for Wimpan, faced the fire and made the correction. They made the correction, and this is what we are now putting into the Belizean people. We're reporting it, what we are doing, Mr. Speaker. We're investing also in our facilities throughout the country, Mr. Speaker. I am sure people should remember. I still remember the first time I went to Price Barracks in 2020. My gosh, we had a kitchen. Well, quite frankly, it wasn't a kitchen because there was a stench. It had been so significantly run down. It was inhuman. It was criminal for them to leave that facility to prepare the food for our soldiers. Today, Mr. Speaker, at Price Barracks, we have one of the most modern kitchens in the country that the soldiers can now boast about to get proper food, proper nutrition, and as well in good, decent mess halls where they can eat quite comfortably and safely, Mr. Speaker. Again, no mean achievement. Thanks to our Prime Minister for having the vision. From November 20 to up to now, including what my good friend from Belmopan has done, we have done a lot of improvements over the years in fixing up the bases from Camp Belisario to Isles Camp, Price Barracks, and now the next one that has to get some significant work is Fairweather Camp down south. Again, that facility was left in shambles, Mr. Speaker. We have to fix these things. We can't keep our soldiers living in these conditions. Every now and again you see it come out on Facebook, some of the how these things look. Mr. Speaker, if we don't invest in it, then who will? And it costs money. We have to house our soldiers safely and properly because when they go out on patrol, they're facing all the elements. They're there at the tip of the spear protecting our country. We need to invest in our facilities, Mr. Speaker. So those are the basic comments I wanted to make, Mr. Speaker, that this government, under the leadership of the Prime Minister, faces the Belizean people and he's transparent how he's investing their money and he seeks their approval before he starts spending, Mr. Speaker. I am fully in support of this and I'm proud to be part of this government. Thank you.
I now recognize the member for Sand Creek West.
I rise to support the supplementary budget presented by the Prime Minister of Belize. I've been in opposition for maybe about 13 years, and I cannot recall that the past Prime Minister and the past government presented a supplementary to the people of Belize. And so I want to applaud the Prime Minister to present to the Belizean people before the money is spent. And yes, you make a budget for a particular period of time, but circumstances arise where that money is not enough to push you through to complete the financial year. I want to recall back the Southern Highway. I can remember last year or year before when the road was in a pretty rough condition. And the Belizean people living in the area called Rodwell Ferguson, what are you going to do about the condition of the Southern Highway? Unfortunately, after they called me out, I spoke to the Minister of Infrastructure about the condition of the highway. I told him, Rodwell, we are going to start the first phase in about 14 days. That by itself was a relief for me. And so we want to push the Southern Highway all the way to Independence. And I want to give that ministry kudos again that that road improvement is going on as I speak. And so people in the area recognize what has been done. And we're a small country with 400,000 people, with a landmass of 8,867 square miles. It's a huge landmass compared to the population. So government have to be very careful of what they do and how they do it to benefit the Belizean people. I could recall over the last 2 or 3 months when it's time for school, especially tertiary institution, many students come to me and say, Minister, how can you give some kind of assistance for I to go to school? And the demands is huge, it is great, and while the Ministry of Education said, Minister Ferguson, we got too many requests, and the funds are basically depleted. But the then Minister Oscar Wikenia, said, I present a supplementary to Cabinet for approval. I can see just in this week that is a part of the approval of a new supplementary. So I can almost assure the students that don't worry, your assistance will come for you to continue your education. And so these factors are very important. And while the member on the other side are saying, but what are you giving back to the Belizean people? Just by providing these infrastructure, this educational assistance, you are giving back to the Belizean people indirectly. But I guess they want us to give them back into their own hands and say, here, $100 here. While we continue the grocery bag program, COVID is over almost 6 years now. But this government recognizes that there are people out there who need some assistance. And so make provision every single year to give back to the Belizean people. What I noticed then that the vast majority of our Belizean people are happy and appreciative of a government of the People's United Party, because we give back to the people. Those who want to criticize, let them criticize. They have their own reasons why they want to criticize. And I want to remind the opposition that imagine for all these years, Belize never knew that there were supplementaries. Because 1.5 billion was not accounted for to the Belizean people. Now you have a government that has been very transparent and make sure every time they want to spend that money, they come to the National Assembly and present it to you first, so you hear what we are going to do with your money for the next couple of months. So again, Prime Minister, I want to acknowledge and thank you for recognizing my efforts and giving me the opportunity to become a senior minister of your government. I will do everything possible to make sure that the Ministry of Agriculture, Food Security, and New Growth Industries enhances for the benefit of the Belizean people. As we all know, before tourism came on the rise, agriculture was the backbone of the Belizean economy. I believe I want to give Minister Mai kudos for an excellent job that he had done over the last 5 years. As you said, PM, he has been the best Minister of Agriculture in the last, after independence. And I want to continue in his mantle to be able to expand on what he did over the last 5 years. So thank you very much, PM, and we see we go together as a country, and we appreciate it very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I now recognize the honorable member for Pigstock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Belize. Good afternoon, people of Pigstock. It is indeed an honor for me to contribute to this debate today. I often say that the budget planning process is an important one and that we don't take it very lightly. But throughout a fiscal year, all sorts of things happen, especially when you're governing and running a country. You have storms, you have fires, you have all sorts of things. And if you're looking at any financial news, any part of the world, there are certain adjustments that are reported every quarter or so. Even for big multi-billion-dollar corporations, they make adjustments in the performance of their revenues, their expenditures, whatever, their stock market, share price, whatever it is. And so this is a similar approach. Certain things arise throughout the year, and as government, we have to deal with them head on and in the best interest of the Belizean people. I will just focus on sports because it's extremely, extremely, extremely obvious that the leader of the opposition and her colleagues don't regard the importance of sports. It's obvious. Oh, say that, PM. No, not me say that. But it's obvious. Now, we've heard for a long, long time that we don't put enough into sports. And I must say that under our leadership, under the leadership of the soon-to-be Right Honorable John Briceño, that sports is important. And like education, you get no greater returns from a dollar invested like you do in sports and education, and I truly, truly believe that. So the supplementals for this budget for $900,000 in terms of support is for us to carry out certain activities, day-to-day activities for the National Sports Council. One, we're already improving MCC. Two, we're already improving Marian Jones. A part of this investment is the upgrade and rehabilitation of the Mexico Center, which was poorly built under their administration from start, with a wrong basketball court, with wrong design, with wrong and poor construction. So we're going to fix what they built badly. The other thing is for additional salaries in terms of improvement of the overall management of sports throughout this country. We're getting all the foundation in place for us to be able to take sports into the future, and the foundation is being built very well. And my colleague, Minister Espat, will know about foundations and construction. That's why he taught them something today about what these projects cost and how they operate. So, important part, the Mexico Center is a part of this, the rehabilitation center, the rehabilitation of the Mexico Center with new basketball court, with a new roof, with new facilities, and the upgrades of the bleachers and everything else. We're also working on a new sports strategy and sports policy. We're modernizing the legislation. We're working with NSSA and BAPS to ensure that we improve the quality and the number of games played in high school. We're working with the schools for primary school. We're working with tertiary level institutions. We're working with the associations. We're working with the federations to ensure that we have our athletes being able to perform at the highest level no matter where they go. So long gone are the days where we are going to just participate rather than being able to compete. And this support, this financial support, does that. So, Prime Minister, I want to thank you for your vision, your support. It didn't take us very long for us to get cabinet support in terms of the increase in monies necessary for this fiscal year. and we will continue to lobby. We are also getting a portion of the Bolido money to help invest in sport. So I thank you. I thank you. That's a big, big deal as we invest more in our people. Thank you.
I now recognize an honorable member for Port Loyola.
Good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, let me say happy afternoon to all the wonderful residents of Port Loyola. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give full support to these two supplementary bills because they are necessary spendings to ensure that Belizeans get the opportunity to improve their standard of living. These two bills are unexpected money that had to be spent to better the lives of our people. Mr. Speaker, unlike the previous government that spent over $1 billion with absolutely no accountability to the House of Representatives, this government led by Prime Minister Briceño has brought these two supplementary bills to Parliament to explain to the Belizean people how the finances of the nation are being used to make life better for Belizeans. Mr. Speaker, I support these two supplementary bills because for the first time in over 40 years, the streets of Arlington Drive will be paved after the necessary drains and filling are done. Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat that. After over 40 years, it is under this PUP government led by Prime Minister Briceño that the streets of Arlington Drive will finally be paved. Mr. Speaker, I also support these two supplementary bills because for the first time, Trinity Street, Unity Street will be paved, as well as two new streets that have built in Arlington Drive extension. Those streets will not be paved, but they will be filled with Arlene material or stones, which is very necessary because I filled them with clay, and now thanks to the supplementary bills, funds will be available to cover them with stones, as should be in the case. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say thanks to MIDH and Minister of Infrastructure Development and Housing, Honorable Julius Espat. By the end of December, over 6 new streets will be built in the Genosha area of Port Loyola. I think Mr. Espat deserves a... All right? Okay. Additionally, as a result of these two supplementary bills, persons in desperate need of better housing, I won't call their names, on Farbers Road near the Muslim school, on Malcolm Street, on Reggae Street, and on Niels Penn Road, we will be the beneficiary of better housing shortly as a result of these two supplementary bills. Mr. Speaker, sorry about that. I want to say this before I close, that much more could have been done to upgrade Port Loyola and the other areas of Belize City if under a corrupt deal, the previous government hadn't spent $8 million in a bloated contract for less than a mile of Farbers Road, when all the competent engineers say that less than a mile of Farbers Road should have cost the government no more than $3 million. Mr. Speaker, I fully support these two supplementary bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Port. Now I now recognize the member for Danriga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon to everyone. I also rise to give my support to these two supplementary appropriation bills here before us, and in particular to express our gratitude for the additional support that we are receiving because of these appropriations here. Before I get into that, I would like to, express my amazement at the other side in which I guess they're taking it very literally, that they're called the opposition. Because if you just read through this, it's impossible for you to, impose everything all together like they have done. So many things in here that will positively impact our people across a range of services, improving their quality of life. In particular, with the case of the Ministry of Transportation, we are most grateful, and I know we had made a call to Prime Minister as Minister of Finance to express the grave concerns, and we have discussed this many times in Cabinet, and it's heard all over the media of the dilapidated conditions of our terminals across the country over the years. And they had so many years in office and did nothing but to watch it deteriorate from year to year. So we're receiving in this appropriations here 1.66 million for Belize City, for the Belize City terminal, that which is significant. For anybody who has passed through that terminal, how really inhumane it is, how dilapidated the conditions are there at that terminal. And so those funds will go to raise the floor. That's anytime you get a little rain, water comes right into the terminal. So we'll be raising the floor, epoxying the floor. We'll be covering the area where the commuters come into the terminal off the buses so that they don't get wet when it's raining. We'll also be, of course, the whole area will be paved, the parking area. A lot of times when the buses come in dry weather, they raise up a lot of dust, and it's again adds to the inhumane conditions at the terminal. And then brand new bathrooms. Visiting those bathrooms really is an experience. And I heard the comment from Area Representative for Corozal Southeast about the conditions that at the BDF camps, and very similar situation at the terminals. Really, really disgraceful. So we're truly grateful to our Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, for the bold move. This is a bold step towards serving our people. And transportation is very important. Our people use our terminals every day. The people who cannot afford to have their own vehicles use the terminals to get from point A to point B, to get to work. And by doing this, we will be able to not just serve them better, but then attract more people to be able to use the bus system as we look at modernizing the highway intercity bus system. And we'll hear a little bit more about what we're doing with modernizing our laws. I have a slew of those coming up shortly. So I'll wait for them to expound a little bit on that. And then we're doing a lot of work too, and I want to thank the leadership from the police department. We had Minister Musa before, who worked closely with us, and we now have Minister Mira, where we are retraining, in fact, for the first time ever giving training to our transport officers. And they are to go out there and serve us, being as best prepared as they should be, as competent as they could become. But this has never been done for them. So now they're aware of the laws that they're supposed to be enforcing, having a better idea of how they are to engage with the public. All of these things improving our capacity at the Ministry of Transportation to serve our people. So I join all my colleagues here in supporting these appropriation bills. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I now recognize the member for Kaya North East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support these general revenue appropriation bills. I will not go into what my colleagues have already mentioned, but I want to go directly to looking at where this appropriation bill really supports solid waste management within my ministry. Mr. Speaker, we have 11 transfer stations and one sanitary landfill at mile 23. Of the transfer stations, we have 7 that are operational, and we have 4 that are non-operational. The government, through cabinet, saw it fit that we must start to operationalize the other 4 transfer stations. And so we want now to commence the operationalization of the Orange Walk transfer station, and hopefully next year, for next budget year, we will be able to at least bring in 1 more and then the next 2. So I fully support this bill looking at how we can operationalize these transfer stations. And so this is the money that is going close to $1 million to operationalize the Orange Walk transfer station and to retrofit a little bit the transfer station itself, because it has been many years since the IDB project had constructed these transfer stations, and it has not been operational. Going back to my constituency, Mr. Speaker, in Cayo Northeast, I can recall a few years ago when I heard Minister Julius Espat mention that they were taking down the old Harlover Bridge and constructing a new bridge. Well, I was coming from Orange Walk, from Blue Creek, in the Orange Walk district, and when I passed through going into Belize City, my driver and I stepped out of the vehicle after we crossed the bridge, and we went down towards the river, and we took some pictures, and we noticed that that bridge was really sound. The metal pieces were good, and I made a call to the Honorable Julius Espat, and I said, I think that bridge would fit perfectly at Branch Mouth in San Ignacio, between San Ignacio and Santa Familia. And he said yes, as long as it can be used. And so that's how the whole thing started. And now it is already underway. The main pillars, the basement, on both the Santa Elena side, because it's not going to be in San Ignacio, it's going to be on the Santa Elena side by Trapiche, and it will come out on the other side of the river in Santa Familia, close to the football field. Mr. Speaker, what this will do is it will provide and facilitate the access for many people who travel between San Ignacio, Santa Elena, going to Spanchicot to work. As a matter of fact, also, instead of going through Bullitree now, going through this bridge cuts off 7 miles of travel going to Spanchicot, where most of the people go to work. The other way around was going through Iguana Creek. Iguana Creek, from San Ignacio to Iguana Creek, is 12 miles, 13 miles up to Spanchicot at the crossroads with Caribbean Motors. So instead of traveling 19 and 19, that's 38 miles, you travel 14 miles going back and forth. So that is a huge help, especially in terms of travel. And also, Mr. Speaker, there's monies put aside in the appropriation bill for the payment, some of the payments for the 12-mile road that is being paved between Bullitree, through Santa Familia, Billy White, Duck Run 1, going on to Spanchicot. This road was in really bad condition, and my colleagues in cabinet can tell you that I stood up and I fought for getting this road approved, and finally the Prime Minister and the cabinet approved this road to be constructed, to be paved. And Mr. Speaker, I think that that road, because of the trade benefits that it has, is going to be something that will provide a lot of not only the access but the benefits in terms of trade, is that all the corn, all the beans, about 70% of the cattle in the Cayo district that is traded goes through that road. More than 800 people from San Ignacio, Santa Elena, Bullitree, Santa Familia use that road to go to Spanchicot to work and go and come back. So gone will be the days when the bus owners will be calling and saying, please grade the road, try to get the road fixed, because it is a mess. And then during the dry season, when you scrape the road and try to get it easier for travel for the vehicles, then you have the families who live along the road calling you and saying, well, you have to wet the road because it's too dusty. So, Mr. Speaker, just to say that my support for these bills comes because certainly of what my colleagues have mentioned, but also because of what it can provide to the people of Cayo Northeast. I thank you.
Thank you. Now I now recognize the honorable member for Korazabi.
Good afternoon. I rise in support of the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation Bills. Mr. Speaker, I would just like to generally look at my notes. And in addition to what has already been said, in terms of my ministry, Human Development, Family Support, and Gender Affairs, these new supplementary appropriations will aid us in a variety of ways. There has been laws enacted and passed that require Community Rehabilitation Department, the CRD, to establish a new adult probation unit and a secretariat for the Criminal Records Board. Mr. Speaker, that's an entire new unit that requires staffing. It requires, which requires money. It requires that we get vehicles. As expressed by the Prime Minister, these are not luxury vehicles. These are for work. In addition, the Adult Alternative Sentencing Act establishes non-custodial sentences for adult offenders, where before the CRD was only responsible for managing first-time offenders that were minors. We are now required and responsible for managing first-time adult offenders. And the sentences often in times include community service, rehabilitation, and reintegration into society. The department is also to establish restitution centers for adult offenders and use technologies such as anklet bracelets to monitor first-time offenders who are on probation. That department is also tasked with the development of social inquiry reports to present to the courts, and these reports indicate the department's progress in meeting the goals identified for each adult offender who is one of the non-custodial sentencing programs. Mr. Speaker, just based on the new Criminal Records Act of 2024, the CRD, Community Rehabilitation Department, is also charged with the establishment of a secretariat for reviewing and approving the expungement of criminal records for those who meet the criteria. And this unit and the Secretariat need additional resources to ensure greater efficiency in managing the volume of requests that we have received for expungement. So these new roles for a department whose mandate was primarily focused on juvenile justice and on taking on these expanded functions requires, as I said, increase in staffing, operational resources. It requires more training, more equipment, definitely more transportation and public awareness campaigns. We are also grateful to have received consideration for the Department of Human Services. Child protection cases are on the rise. Every day we get more and more referrals, and our social workers are called upon to respond to child abuse cases. The new cases presenting with many, many complexities, including mental health challenges. And so meeting this increased demand requires investment in additional social workers, investment in transportation, again, investment in capacity building to enable a quick response time and more access to support services. This includes time to prepare and present cases to the courts so that justice can be adequately served for our young people. So when you say you don't want and you are refusing to support these appropriation bills, you are saying you refuse to invest in the most vulnerable, in those communities where we have especially young people who are at a crossroads, who with some investment and time and effort can be helped. So, Mr. Speaker, in addition, for Family Support and Gender Affairs Department, every day receives calls for assistance, whether it's for elderly support or in managing a situation with a homeless or displaced person. There are many calls for needs for fire victims, for victims of gender-based violence. So our social workers are called to respond. And if anyone is monitoring social media, and I think we all are, you will note the increase in those cases being referred to the department. So when people are in crisis, they need immediate assistance. And once that situation is stabilized, then that individual or sometimes the entire family requires ongoing support to get their life back on track. Like the work of the other two departments, these interventions are labor intensive, they're very complex, they require staffing, they require transportation, and they require capacity building so that when the calls for the help come, they can be answered. And just to really be clear, while the ministry does, as its mandate, have social protection, it is not the only ministry. I also support these bills because the Ministry of Education has gotten a large amount of support. But I want to take just a bit of time, and if you'll indulge me again in reading off of these notes, that since 2020, there has been an increase in enrollment from 22,760 young people at the secondary school to now in 2025, 23,534 students. There has been a marked decrease in the dropout rate. In 2020, that was 6.1% of the people enrolled would drop out at the high school level, and that is down to in 2025 to 3.5%. There's also been a decrease in the repetition from 10.4% in 2020 to 4.9% in 2025, which means that this government, with the investments that they have made in education, in sports, in the Ministry of Human Development, Family Support, and Gender Affairs, is working for those that are most vulnerable. They're working for young people, for families at risk, and ensuring that those in those communities get the help that they deserve. And with these statistics, it shows that what we're doing is working. What we're doing is not only talking, but the work is getting done and the results are tangible. So with that, again, I reiterate my support for the bills. Thank you very much.
I now recognize the member for Toledo East.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, Belize. Good afternoon, colleagues. I rise to support the two supplementary appropriation bills. First, I said I wouldn't stand, on the interest of time, but it will be remiss of me of not stand to support such a balanced bill between a bill that is well balanced when you look at social protection, economic transformation, and infrastructure development. I was appalled to see the opposition's stand on just to blatantly say, we reject, we will not support. And I enjoy reading Nelson Mandela's books. And in one of his quotes, he said, an opposition, or a good opposition, must always have a better proposal than the government, which then clearly states that they are not a good opposition. And I have, and I enjoy an excellent relationship with Yes, you know. But I want to highlight one point. Within this bill, there is a support for one of the most neglected, forgotten villages who supported the UDP election after election, and that is Monkey River. Monkey River have supported them over and over. And there was an issue with erosion which started under the last Barrow administration. You can go to Monkey River now and you will see the houses being swallowed by the water, swimming in the ocean. No, they did nothing. When I speak to the people there, you know what they were saying? The Barrow administration told them, just get out from here. That's the best advice we can give you. Now, how will you tell someone that maybe owes to the bank, you know, have a mortgage? That's the only place they know as home. And then they will go as far as saying, just get out from here, go build a house somewhere else. And then not even had the decency of giving them a piece of land of where to go. But I'm happy to announce today that this administration, within this supplementary bill, under some studies, scientific studies, not only studies, scientific studies that were done by the Ministry of Sustainable Development, in collaboration with the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and local government, we will be implementing a way of how to mitigate the erosion problem in Monkey River. And I felt the need to say it simply because the people of Monkey River were loyal to the UDP. But I also want to put in record that they are no longer loyal to the UDP, simply because they did nothing for them. Once again, I want to reiterate, I support the two supplementary appropriation bills. Thank you.
I now recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank all my colleagues that have got up and to speak on support of this of these two supplementary appropriations. I really don't have much more to add about no. I think we cannot miss Shine Barrow, you know, because at least Shine Barrow prepare yourself, no? I come with something, but you still not miss her? Still want to keep over there. All right. Maybe that's a good thing, yeah. Maybe we should keep this leader of the position where she is, because she makes no preparation. You could see just to try to bluff her way through this presentation and not making homework. And obviously, and this is the person that claims that you want to be Prime Minister, man. You need to work to be able to get your points across. As to my poor friend from Mesopotamia, I'll just say pobrecito and not add anything more. I would be very, very kind. I want to point out, though, and they come to talk about these supplementary budgets. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I think what they don't understand that in many instances, as the Financial Secretary pointed out, that there's a lot of times when you have these urgent and unforeseen expenditures that come up. And we have a responsibility to the country to be able to answer these urgent, unexpected, unforeseen expenditures that has to be done. For instance, the salary increases for the teachers and the public officers and the BDF and the police and the Coast Guard. They already tell you that they're not going to fix it. For young people in education, we're giving $5 million more to help our young people. They stand up here and say, oh, we need to help people, we need to help the young people, we need to do this, and then they come here to this house and say they would not support the very line items in this budget that goes directly to assist the people of this country. But pointing out on the hypocrisy, Madam Speaker, I just got this report from In 2020 to 2021, there were 6 appropriations. 6 appropriations the UDP did. Remember, that was coming to the election. All of this is just before the election. And there, in one of them, when you look at the numbers, Mr. Speaker, the appropriation was for $198 million. 198. But yet they come and to accuse, and they don't look at themselves in the mirror. And that's the problem I have many times when they come to accuse us. I need to point out also, Madam Speaker, that the first appropriation for 2024 to 2025, that does not affect the financials of the government. That has already been accounted for when we came to the end of the year of March in this year. So that money has already been accounted, but we know we need to follow the law, and it's important for us to bring it to the National Assembly as required under the Finance and Audit Reform Act. So as I'm closing, Madam Speaker, I think I just want to to give you a little bit of good news. The Court of Appeals of the CCJ, Madam Speaker, just gave a ruling on the Tomza case. Remember when the UDP decided to give a company the an exclusive to bring in butane into Belize? They got a claim that the price was going down, and then got everybody else out of business while these people could have gone to buy it from them. And then when it came to sue, it is our government. And the Supreme Court and the Caribbean and the CCJ, and the Court of Appeals did rule against the government. Actually, they had us, we would have probably had to pay about $68 million in damages to the gas companies, including Tomza, the gas company, based on the Court of Appeals decision. And I want to publicly thank Eamon Courtney, Senator Courtney, who took up the case, went to the CCJ, and guess what? Senator Courtney win the case. So in effect, he is saving this government, this country, people of Belize, millions of dollars, trying to correct the foolishness that the other side did when they were in government. So I think it's important for me to share that and to congratulate Senator Courtney and his team for winning this very important case on our behalf. That said, Madam Speaker, I bring this debate to an end, and I'm still urging the opposition, which they have not been here, they left after they finished talking, to still support us. Thank you.
For purposes of clarity, I will read the pronouncement separately for both bills and then put the questions separately. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2025 be read a first and second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2025 be read a first and second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. That should be ending 2026. Be read a first and second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2025. Bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2026.
Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Financial Services Commission Amendment Bill 2025. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Commission Act number 8 of 2023 to provide for the grant of a special license for trading in virtual assets and other similar activities and operations, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. As we have explanation, Madam Speaker, this bill represents another important step in our efforts to modernize Belize's financial system, strengthen our international standing, and position our country for the opportunities of a rapidly changing global economy. When this House passed the FSC Act in 2023, we took a deliberate and responsible decision. We placed a temporary prohibition on virtual assets activities. We did so because the risks were high. International standards were evolving and the global market was unstable. We did so because it was the right thing to do for Belize. And Madam Speaker, that decision has served us well. It allowed the Financial Services Commission the time to build capacity, strengthen its supervision, conduct risk assessments, and align our systems with the standards of the FATF and the IOSCO and those emerging under the OECD. It allowed us to prepare properly, carefully, and confidently for what comes next. Madam Speaker, the world is changing. Digital assets, tokenized finance, and new financial technologies are reshaping the global market. Countries that are thinking ahead are creating frameworks to attract responsible investment, encourage innovation, and build new economic opportunities for their people. Belize cannot afford to sit so. Our young people cannot afford for us to sit so. Our financial services sector, which supports thousands of Belizean families, cannot afford for us to sit so. Madam Speaker, the bill allows for the FSC before 31st December 2025 to issue special licenses. Not general licenses, and not open-ended licenses, but carefully controlled licenses to persons who meet the strict requirements under our laws and the highest international standards. This is a measured approach. It is a phased approach. It is a Belizean approach built on responsibility, not recklessness. Likewise, this amendment sends a clear message internationally. Belize is open for innovation, but only responsible innovation. Belize welcomes investment, but only high-quality investment. Belize will embrace new sectors, but always with oversight, integrity, and international credibility. This is now complete. This is how we attract new businesses, new jobs, and new skills to our country. It ensures that Belize does not get left behind in the global digital economy. The bill also ensures that this special licensing regime is temporary. Any special license must transit to a full license by 31st December 2027. It gives the Commission time to complete a comprehensive, permanent legislative framework for digital assets, one that we will bring to this House in due course. So, Madam Speaker, what we're doing today is clear. We're protecting Belize's reputation, we're strengthening Belize's competitiveness, we're preparing Belize for the future. And we are doing so in a responsible, structured, and internationally recognized way. This is what leadership requires. And this is what this government continues to deliver. Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to this Honorable House and ask members for their full support as we continue building a modern, forward-looking and resilient Belizean economy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Commission Act Number 8 of 2023 to provide for the grant of a special license for trading in virtual assets and other similar activities and operations, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Investment and Economic Transformation.
Madam Speaker, this is the Sugar Industry and Cogeneration Project Amendment Bill 2025. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Sugar Industry and Cogeneration Project Act, Chapter 5501 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to extend exemptions from taxes and duties for the continued development of the cogeneration energy project, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. As just some short comments, Madam Speaker, in October 2012, ESR acquired 81% stake in BSI. They paid around $130 million. They came at a time when the company was going through some very serious financial distress. Some of these issues, one, well, ESR had to clear the BSI's debt, which included a $10 million government bailout loan and external loans associated with Belcogen, the cogeneration plant totaling over 120 million Belize. To remind members of this honorable House, I think it was in 2011, BSI ran out of cash and could not make the third payment. And the only way they could have made the third payment to the farmers was then government by government lending them $10 million. So it was obvious that BSI was on its verge, in the point of being declared bankrupt. So we were very fortunate then that ESR came in the picture, bought over the company and paid off the loans that they had, including the $10 million to the government of Belize. So they stabilized an industry, ensuring continuity of thousands of cane farmers and employees. The government supported the investment by providing tax exemptions with business tax and withholding tax, which expired in 2017, followed by the expiration of a customs duty exemption in 2022. Following the acquisition, ESR invested another $235 million in capital projects, which they used to do the following. They expanded the mill capacity, the grinding capacity, the value-added production lines for specialty and direct consumption sugars, we could refer to as DSRs, modernized logistics for raw sugar and molasses, including a $30 million upgrade at the Belize Creek Port, of the Big Creek Port, reducing loading times from 6 weeks, from 6 weeks to 5 days. And they made environmental improvements in the water treatment and air emission system. I know the people of Champion Ridge constantly were complaining that they have, despite what BSI said back then, that their clothes, when they put it out to wash, you got the soot from the ash of the boilers from BSI. Now that has been completely removed. They also addressed the issue of diversification and competitiveness. ESR's leadership enabled BSI to pivot from reliance on raw sugar exports to direct consumption, as we said, DC sugars, investing $64 million in production capacity. This strategic shift included open access to premium markets in the the EU, UK, CARICOM, USA, and Canada, which resulted in improved revenues for the entire industry. They reduced vulnerability to global price volatility after EU sugar reforms in 2017. That's when the EU, we lost the quotas that we had at the EU. The economic and social benefits of this acquisition contributed to the sugarcane industry, such as the 20% of Belize's population who were affected through direct or indirect employment. It provides 10% of the national electricity demand via the renewable energy from bagasse. In 2024, record cane prices reached $90.95 per ton, making them among the highest in 5 years. Madam Speaker, as we look at the long-term sustainability of the industry in areas such as investments in renewable energy, logistics and production diversification, have positioned BSI as a competitive player in the global sugar markets. These changes have ensured resilience against market shocks and support Belize's economic stability. Of course, Madam Speaker, there are still financial challenges facing the sugar industry. Following the deregulation of the EU market in 2017, combined with the worst drought in history in 2019, and more recently, the devastating impact of disease, the Fusarium fungus, this industry has fallen on hard times. BSI and Belcogen have made financial losses for 8 consecutive years, totaling $75 million. So without the government support, the industry faces collapse and possibly the exit of ESR as a strategic investor, with the government having to step in to stabilize the operations. We have also taken another paper for the cabinet for the cane farmers. We just approved, well, in this budget that the opposition refused to support $2.5 million to help our cane farmers to fight off the Fusarium fungus. And we approved an estimated budget of about $120 million that will be used to be able to modernize the sugar industry. Therefore, Madam Speaker, ESR's 2012 investment transformed BSI from a debt-ridden entity into a modern, diversified, and sustainable option. It revitalized Belize's sugar industry, boosted farmers' incomes, created jobs, and strengthened the country's export competitiveness. However, the industry is at a critical juncture and requires support from the government. The loss of revenues from these taxes that we are presenting to this Honorable House from this bill is approximately $2.5 million per annum, but the cost for industry failure would far exceed the amount, both in loss of economic activity and related taxes and government subsidies to keep the sugar industry going. As such, to ensure the long-term viability of the industry and avoid significant economic costs to the government and taxpayers, the Cabinet fully supports this bill, and I ask all members of the Honorable House to do so. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Sugar Industry Cogeneration Project Act, Chapter 5901 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to extend exemptions from taxes and duties for the continued development of the cogeneration energy project and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to introduce the Judges' Salaries and Pension Bill 2025, a bill for an act to provide for the salaries, pensions, and other conditions of service of judges of the High Court of Judicature and the Court of Appeal of Belize, to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. I do so, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Honorable Attorney General, Anthony Sylvester, and his ministry. And this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. With your permission, Madam Speaker, just say a few words on introducing the bill. As all members of this Honorable House know, vital and critical to a robust democracy is an independent and efficient judiciary. This is the third arm of government that holds all of us in this Honorable House, members of the executive, and indeed all citizens to account. They interpret and apply the laws of the land. Among the many proud accomplishments of our administration over the last 5 years has been the progressive strengthening and modernization of the judiciary. This is evident in the restructuring of the senior courts of Belize, increasing vastly the complement of judges in the senior courts, starting the digitalization of the courts throughout Belize, increasing the annual budget for the judiciary. So in short, Madam Speaker, providing the resources necessary to enhance access and delivery of justice. Other bills that will be introduced today, the amendment to the Justice of the Peace Act, the amendment to the Domestic Violence Act, further highlight this government's commitment to achieving this objective. The Judges' Salaries and Pensions Bill continues this effort to strengthen the judiciary of our country. As you know, Madam Speaker, the Belize Constitution provides for the remuneration of certain office holders, which includes the Chief Justice, judges of the Court of Appeal, and the High Court. The salaries and allowances of these office holders are a charge on the Consolidated Revenue Fund, and it shall not be altered to his or her advantage after appointment. So while the Constitution expressly secures the entitlement to salary and allowances for judges, the same cannot be said for pension benefits. Under the Pensions Act, judges of the Court of Appeal and the High Court would fall into the category of what they call other public service. And as things stand currently, Madam Speaker, there is no law or regulations in force in respect of their service. So as such, they are not considered pensionable officers under the Pensions Act. In the absence of legislation which governs their service, judges are employed on contract and are paid an annual gratuity as per contract. But as our highest court, the CCJ, has said, in a case coming from Belize, no less, the Bar Association of Belize against the Attorney General of Belize, one of the important components of judicial independence is security of tenure. And they further pointed out that judges should receive adequate remuneration and have the security of a pension scheme. This, Madam Speaker, aligns with the UN Basic Principles on the Independence of the Judiciary, which in Article 11 states that the term of office of judges, their independence, security, adequate remuneration, conditions of service, pensions, and age of retirement shall be adequately secured by law. This also aligns with what Dr. Francis Alexis, a renowned constitutional scholar, if you went to law school in the Caribbean, in at UWI, you would have read all of his books. Dr. Francis Alexis, in his text, Changing Caribbean Constitutions, and identifies as the reasons why government should secure pensions for judges. Namely, one, judges should be entitled to a pension as a recognition for his or her service as an after-service financial benefit. Two, it is in the interest of the state to provide pension benefits as a part of the terms and conditions of service, so that on retirement, judges are not expected or required to return to practice at the bar. And three, providing the financial benefit on retirement helps to promote independence of the judiciary and encourages sitting judges to fearlessly guard the Constitution. So, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, this is what this bill sets out to do, to put in law our state's obligation and commitment to an independent judiciary by enshrining the remuneration and pension benefits for judges in law. And once passed, Madam Speaker, will go along with the judges' salaries and pensions regulations. So this bill will go along with the regulations. These are regulations which the bill by clause 17 empowers the Governor General to make. So these two together, the bill and the regulations, the law, will then cast in stone provisions for pensions in addition to salaries and allowances for judges in respect of their service. So in taking this path, Madam Speaker, Belize will be joining the ranks of many other countries in the region and the world which have demonstrated the paramountcy for the rule of law and the independence of the judiciary by enacting laws for the salaries and pension benefits of its judges. So I therefore, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Attorney General, very proudly commend this bill to this Honorable House, and we look forward to the full support of all members of the House. I thank you.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Constitutional and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to provide for the salaries, pensions, and other conditions of service of judges of the High Court of Judicature and the Court of Appeal, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Constitution and Religious Affairs, Indigenous Affairs, and Transportation. Recognize the Honorable Minister.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 230 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to strengthen the legal framework for detecting and deterring driving under the influence of alcohol, to introduce provisions for breath tests and breath analyses, to establish procedures for the collection and analysis of specimens, to provide penalties for non-compliance and refusal to submit to testing, to amend the provisions of dealers' general license for motorcycles, repairs and manufacturing of vehicles and motorcycles, and to make provisions for agents in respect to motorcycle dealerships, to include Kikaka Village as a municipality, to provide for the payment of certain fees, charges, fines, and penalties to the Village Council of Kikaka, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. And this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. With your permission, Madam Speaker, I'd like to expound a little bit on this with reference to my notes. This amendment bill updates several parts of the law to provide safety on the roads and make enforcement easier. And we know that across our country, we are plagued with so many accidents, many of them including motorcycles. And I know, in fact, one just occurred shortly, a little while ago, right here in Balmapan. And thank goodness no one was fatally hurt, right? Yeah, right. So thank God for that, right? With respect to Kikaka, if I may start out, we want to provide Kikaka so it can be treated under the law as how San Pedro is with respect to these traffic matters, including the collection of money from licensings of vehicles, traffic violation tickets, and the importation of vehicles on the island. And these monies to be collected to be used to fix roads and support community needs. At this point, it is kind of chaotic, and we want to bring it in uniformity with what has been working in San Pedro. In the case of motorcycle dealers, what we have presently is a law that speaks to vehicles generally, but in the case of motorcycles, we have many entities, stores across the country that are selling motorcycles without having the license to do so. So this is amended, the Act will be amended so that the cost for dealership relating to motorcycles will be $800 as compared to $1,500 for regular vehicles. A new regime is being created for agency with respect of motorcycle dealerships so that a dealer can then have somebody selling on their behalf in another area. And the annual license for persons engaged in manufacturing and repair of motorcycles will be $800 as compared to $1,500 for vehicles. We're introducing strong penalties for drunk driving. The first offense, up to $1,500 in fine or up to 1 year in jail and disqualification for 1 year. The second offense, up to 3 years in jail and disqualification for life. In the case of the breathalyzer testing, updating so that transport officers and police officers can request a breath test when they suspect someone is driving drunk. Breath testing will be the first option and not blood or urine. Obviously, it would be easier to do that on the spot with a breathalyzer. If the breathalyzer is not available, then what is being done now with blood and urine would be used. The result from a breath machine can be used as evidence in court, and refusing to take tests carries the same penalty as drunk driving. Of course, then it will also be an offense for anyone who fights or resists or obstructs the officer during the test-taking process. The approved breathalyzer device in the section will allow the minister the authority to officially approve the brand, type of breath testing device through an order published in the Gazette. The legal alcohol limit, the law now clearly states the maximum legal alcohol limit for a breath test is 0.035 milligrams of alcohol in 100 milliliters of breath, or 35 micrograms of alcohol in 100 milliliters of breath, equivalent to 80 milligrams of alcohol in 100 milliliters of blood. So the 1996-2011 amended 2011 listing specific alcohol testing device will be removed, and the new section allows the minister to approve devices as technology improves. Otherwise, we're stuck with some device that is outdated. And just related here as well will be regulations for helmets, and in this case, increases of the fines from $50 to $150, and jail time can go up to 3 months. Fees and duties, we will add a new fee new fees for motorcycle dealers and agents into the official fee schedule. In terms of the motorcycle regulations, as of January 1st, 2026, everyone applying for a motorcycle license must take a mandatory 2-week training course at IT Vet or any approved establishment, and pay a fee of up to $300, up to $300. So we're not mandating a specific, that it be $300, but it could be really from $0 to $300. So people who already have a motorcycle license will be given 2 years in which to comply with this requirement. And then also there'll be a new offense, and I know many people have been clamoring for this one, for loud modified motorcycle exhaust systems. And we are specifying that these exhaust systems should not produce noise beyond 80 decibels. And there will be equipment to test for the noise level. Otherwise, there'll be a fine of $500. Violation tickets will be going up for not signaling when you're driving from $50 to $150. Disobeying traffic signs and lights increase from $50 to $150. Improper overtaking increase from $100 to $300. Riding without a helmet increased from $50 to $150. New ticket offenses will include, of course, the loud motorcycle exhaust noise of $500. And then with respect to tinting, which I'm sure we have quite a few people interested in hearing that one. So for tinting, there will be a new one-year tint permit sticker that will be issued to vehicle owners whose tint meets the legal requirements. And so if you're not with that permit, there'll be a fine of $500. Having tint darker than the legal requirements, $500. Persons or entities who are prohibited from obtaining a tint license includes the following categories of persons. Those convicted of serious violent or drug offenses, persons convicted of any sexual related offense, persons convicted of human trafficking, human smuggling, firearm trafficking, and drug trafficking. Rental vehicles. As we know, a lot of rental vehicles with high tint have been involved in criminal activity, and also taxes. And any person, the opinion of the chief transport officer, that is not fit or proper. International visitors passing through Belize will need to get a temporary permit at a cost of $50. So in essence, Madam Speaker, we are looking at a slew of matters concerning enforcement, concerning very low penalties for these infractions, all with the aim of ensuring that we try to restore order and discipline within a deteriorated state that we have in our transport system. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Public Utilities, Transport and Communications Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 230 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Human Development, Family Support and Gender Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I would like your permission to move two bills together.
Honorable members, the question is for the bill on the Justices of the Peace Amendment Bill 2025 and the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill 2025, that they be moved together, be introduced together in order for the explanatory notes, since there's a link.
Yes, thank you, and your indulgence in referring to my notes as well. Okay. Madam Speaker, this is the Justices of the Peace Amendment Bill 2025. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Justices of the Peace Act, Chapter 11901 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to empower select senior justices of the peace to issue interim protection orders under the Domestic Violence Act, Chapter 178 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, in urgent and exceptional circumstances, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Madam Speaker, I also rise to introduce the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill 2025. I rise to introduce it to amend the Domestic Violence Act, Chapter 178 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to empower select senior justices of the peace to issue interim protection orders under the Act in urgent and exceptional circumstances, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill also has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce these amendments. They reflect meaningful steps that our government is taking to strengthen protection for victims of domestic violence. It reflects our commitment as outlined in the National Gender-Based Violence Action Plan 2024 to 2030 to ensuring that every woman, man, and child in Belize can live free from violence, fear, and intimidation. Madam Speaker, I must first preface the introduction of these bills by mentioning that the idea for these amendments came from a senior justice of the peace, the Honorable Emilio Miguel Cal from Joseito Layout, Corozal Town, who saw an opportunity for JPs to be a part of the solution of expanding justice for victims of gender-based violence. Across our communities, we continue to see situations where victims urgently need protective orders but are unable to access a magistrate, and this is especially true during nights, weekends, holidays, emergencies, or when courts are closed or very distant. Madam Speaker, these are the moments when lives are most at risk. The bills before this Honorable House respond directly to these gaps. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the proposed amendments reflect ongoing collaboration among the Ministry of Human Development, Family Support and Gender Affairs, the Ministry of Home Affairs, the Attorney General's Ministry, the Family Court, and the Justices of the Peace Association. It is through this multi-sectoral effort that these two bills are present today. The Justices of the Peace Amendment Bill 2025 amends the Justices of the Peace Act, Chapter 11901, to empower designated select senior justices of the peace to issue ex parte interim protection orders under the Domestic Violence Act in urgent and exceptional circumstances. The Domestic Violence Amendment Bill allows for above-stated interim protection orders to be issued by justices of the peace. These orders will be valid for no more than 72 hours, just long enough to protect a victim until a magistrate can hear the matter. This is not a replacement for the court. It is a life-saving bridge when the judicial system is temporarily inaccessible. The bill provides that a select senior justice of the peace may issue interim protection orders when a magistrate is unavailable, when it is outside of normal court hours, when the court is closed for any reason, when there is an emergency where life is at risk or imminent harm is present, or in any other exceptional situations where accessing a magistrate is not reasonable or possible. To ensure strong safeguards, Madam Speaker, these bills introduce strict criteria for selection. To be eligible, senior justices of the peace must have served at least 5 years, must have no criminal record, must have no complaints against them, not be respondents in any domestic violence matter, and be willing and able to undertake the responsibilities. They must apply formally to the Attorney General to be considered. Their designation will be confirmed only after consultation with the Director of the Family Court. They will also undergo mandatory training and must be duly sworn in before exercising these duties. Madam Speaker, these bills enhance transparency and accountability by requiring select senior JPs to maintain detailed records of every interim protection order that they issue. These records must be submitted to the Director of the Family Court and to the magistrate in the relevant judicial district within the 72 hours. This ensures judicial oversight and continuity of care. The bills also mandate the Commissioner of Police to provide private, enclosed spaces at designated police stations. This is where victims can safely and confidentially apply for interim protection orders. The provisions of these bills enforce our commitment to survivor-centered services across institutions. Through these bills, Belize takes another important step toward ensuring that its laws, institutions, and procedures are responsive to the lived realities of domestic violence survivors. This is part of a comprehensive reform agenda, which includes signing multi-sectoral protocols for addressing gender-based violence. These protocols detail the specific response to be implemented by the police, healthcare workers, social workers, and the judiciary. It ensures that victims or survivors have comprehensive care at each point in the national response. Additionally, the government of Belize will establish a one-stop center for victims of gender-based violence. This is to be constructed in Belize City in collaboration with the Social Investment Fund and the Caribbean Development Bank. These initiatives demonstrate this government's commitment to strengthening service delivery for those who need protection. Thanks to the Office of the Special Envoy, the National Women's Commission, and the Family Support and Gender Affairs Department, social and behavior change campaigns, including education sessions for men and boys, will continue. And capacity building sessions for the police and other law enforcement personnel will be intensified, and the domestic violence hotline will become operational. We will complement our service delivery and education programs with a comprehensive revision of the Domestic Violence Act. Consultation on a new domestic violence bill will be led by the National Women's Commission, and this will begin during this year's 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence, which runs from November 25th to December 10th. That new domestic violence bill is to be introduced in 2026 and will modernize our legal framework to integrate the amendments presented here today, as well as other laws enacted over the last few years. This includes the Cybersecurity Act, Protection of Witnesses Act, Electronic Evidence Act, Electronic Transactions Act, and the Legal Aid Act. The new bill will also increase penalties for breach of protective orders and ensure that the police and social worker or other person can move a case through the court system even when the victim is too afraid to take it forward themselves. Madam Speaker, too many families are living with fear. Too many survivors have been left unprotected at the most dangerous and critical moments because protection simply was not immediately accessible. And these bills will change that. It places tools for urgent intervention directly into the hands of trained, vetted senior officers of the community, backed by the oversight of the Attorney General and the Family Court. This response is practical, this response is responsible, and above all, it is necessary. Madam Speaker, I commend the Justices of the Peace Amendment Bill 2025 and the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill to this Honorable House, and I ask for their full support as we strengthen the protective framework for the people of Belize. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the Justices of the Peace Amendment Bill 2025 and the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill 2025 are referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Justices of the Peace Act, Chapter 119, or 1 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to empower select senior Justices of the Peace to issue interim protection orders under the Domestic Violence Act, Chapter 178 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, in urgent exceptional circumstances, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Bill for an act to amend the Domestic Violence Act, Chapter 178 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to empower select senior Justices of the Peace to issue interim protection orders under the Act in urgent and exceptional circumstances, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Motions relating to the business or sittings of the House.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Investment and Economic Transformation.
Madam Speaker, I move that at its rising today, the House adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House at its rising today adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been agreed that the Caribbean Development Bank 8th Road Project, George Price Highway, Belize City to Hattieville, Loan Motion 2025 passed this day. As you are well aware, under Standing Order number 74, all proposed legislation, messages, petitions, motions, and other matters relating to the subject mentioned under the title of each standing committee shall be referred by the House to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. The way for this to be done, other than by suspension of standing orders, is for me to suspend the sitting to enable the Finance and Economic Development Committee to examine, consider, and report to the House on the motion. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until the Finance and Economic Development Committee has concluded its business.
Presentation of report from Select Committee.
I recognize the Honorable Pro Tem Chairperson of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, colleagues. Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper HR 43/1/14. This is a report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Caribbean Development Bank 8th Road Project, George Price Highway, Belize City to Hattieville, Loan Motion 2025.
Honorable members, our report is ordered to lie on the table.
Public business, government business motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Investment and Economic Transformation.
Madam Speaker, with your permission not to repeat recitals, I move now there it be resolved that this Honorable House being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize in its endeavor to rehabilitate the George Price Highway to improve the efficiency, safety, accessibility, and resilience of Belize's most heavily trafficked road network, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan agreement with the Caribbean Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said agreement and all other documents associated therewith.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize in its endeavor to rehabilitate the George Price Highway, to improve the efficiency, safety, accessibility, and resilience of Belize's most heavily trafficked road network, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan agreement with the Caribbean Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said agreement and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Enterprise.
Madam Speaker, this is the DNA Bill 2025. I won't twist my tongue in trying to practice that name there, my friend from Kyle South. But it is the DNA Bill 2025. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to establish the National DNA Database, to provide for a framework for the operation of the National DNA Database in order to facilitate the collection and the use of DNA samples in the investigation and prosecution of indictable offenses, to provide for the management, retention, and destruction of DNA samples and DNA profiles, to provide for the investigation of missing persons and unidentified deceased persons, to establish an oversight body, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With your permission to refer to my notes, this bill, the DNA Bill of 2025, is indeed a powerful piece of legislation, perhaps the most powerful piece of legislation that has been brought to the House. Because DNA, as we know, is not just evidence. It reflects our identity. It is permanent, unchangeable, and deeply personal. And there are, Madam Speaker, a couple of issues which we wish to raise as we seek to finalize the bill. First, we want to caution, Madam Speaker, on the DNA collection without the proper safeguards. under Section 21 and 28 of this bill, Madam Speaker, police may apply ex parte and use force to extract DNA from a suspect. This is extreme power, and it opens the door to coercion, intimidation, and abuse, especially, Madam Speaker, against the poor, the young, and the vulnerable. And so we ask, Madam Speaker, that these two sections, that the government takes a closer look at these two sections of the bill. The bills also allow DNA to be taken from children, the ages 16 and younger, solely on their own written consent, Section 13(5). And it allows a parent or curator who is the complainant to consent on their behalf, which is in Section 13(4). This, we believe, Madam Speaker, is a direct conflict of interest and an injustice waiting to happen. No complainant should ever be allowed to consent on behalf of an accused child. And then, Madam Speaker, there's this issue that DNA will be kept for 30 years after conviction, Sections 42(1)(c). And even innocent suspects must go to the High Court to demand destruction of their own DNA. There's also the issue of the oversight on the DNA Oversight Committee. This committee, as we understand it, will be appointed entirely by the minister and has no power to stop misuse. That is outlined in Section 35. At the same time, the minister can create new DNA indices and amend schedules at will, Sections 6 and 51. It is our view, Madam Speaker, that the watchdog cannot be appointed by the same hand that it must watch. And finally, Madam Speaker, the issue of foreign sharing of Belizean DNA under Section 27. DNA samples and profiles may be sent abroad through MLAT agreements, but there are no guarantees about how foreign governments store, copy, or use Belizean DNA. And so we ask, Madam Speaker, that, of course, we support modern forensic tools, and we support using science to fight crime. We support a DNA database built on rights, on fairness and transparency. And so we ask, Madam Speaker, that the ministry responsible take a closer look at the sections we have highlighted. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Caribbean Shores.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to lend my support to what I consider to be a very progressive bill, the type of bill that you see in all modern societies, especially those plagued by crime and violence. The National Forensic Science Service, as you may know, Leader of the Opposition, carried out extensive stakeholder consultation on this matter in conjunction with the European Union and the Pace Justice Project. And it is a very progressive bill that in many instances replicates what a lot of the forward-thinking societies, first world countries even, have in their legislation as it pertains to DNA database and DNA collection. And while I can appreciate your comments here today, I was just by chance going over the House committee notes, and I don't know if it was that the opposition did not attend the House committee to offer their input and feedback, but this is the first occasion because there's no notes on this from the House committee to say that you had any issue in terms of the DNA bill. But having said that, we must realize that with the issues that we are facing today with crime and violence, there are certain sacrifices that we as a society will have to make. You often hear people complain about the CCTV cameras even, that, oh, now everybody is watching us. But similar to the CCTV cameras, if it is that you are a law-abiding citizen and you are not engaged in any nefarious or criminal activities, then you really have absolutely nothing to worry about. This legislation provides for DNA samples to be given voluntarily, which of course will always be the option that will be offered. But in the event an individual is a suspect, obviously they will not want to volunteer their DNA if it is bodily fluids or other DNA was found at a crime scene. And so that is why there is a very meticulous and rigorous process that has to be followed in order for a DNA sample to be taken from an individual. And that is outlined at section 22, where it states, and this obviously has to go before a court. So it's not like the police on their own can decide, oh, I'm picking up suspect A and just taking their DNA sample. That's not the case. Under section 22, it states, a magistrate who on an application under section 21 is satisfied by information on oath and that there are reasonable grounds to believe, and here are the criteria. A, that an offense has been committed. So first of all, you have to satisfy a magistrate that a crime actually took place. B, that a bodily sample has been recovered from a crime scene. C, that the suspect was a party to the offense. And so preliminary information has to be proffered to the magistrate to suggest that in fact the suspect that the police are seeking a DNA sample from, that they are a suspect and a party to that offense. D, that DNA analysis of a bodily sample from the suspect will provide evidence about whether the bodily sample referred to in paragraph B was from the suspect. And finally, E, that it is in the best interests of the administration of justice may issue the order authorizing a police officer to obtain or cause to be obtained under the direction of the police officer a DNA sample from the suspect. And so I just want to assure the Belizean people that there is a process that police officers, and I believe the law speaks to an inspector or higher, having to make this application in order for a DNA sample to actually be taken from a suspect. And also, Madam Speaker, we have seen where, at least over the last 5 years, the types of training that our National Forensic Science Service have undergone, whether it's in ballistics, and you can check the court records, there have been murderers who have been convicted after analysis from ballistics. There have been rapists who have been convicted from their bodily fluid being found at the crime scene. And most recently, and this is one that I think we should take as a feather, Prime Minister, in our caps, recently an individual was charged based on their motor vehicle. This is a hit and run. Their motor vehicle had blood stains on the front of it. And because this administration invested in a rapid DNA machine last year, and our National Forensic Science Service went through a 6-month training for its personnel, within 48 hours, they were able to say that that particular blood found on that vehicle matched the deceased. And that was the way they were able to charge the individual because of that analysis. And so we can see where a DNA database is absolutely essential in 2025 for our justice system and for the safety and security of our people. And so I just want to thank the members at the NFSS, the director, Mr. Jian Cho, and his team. Quite a vibrant team over there. They're always learning new things. They just did a shooting incident reconstruction the other day to determine the angle and trajectory where firearms may have shot somebody or a place. They've gone through blood spatter analysis, and so they're very equipped, I must say, over at the NFSS, and I want to commend them for that. And so I lend my full support to this bill, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Minister Karim, member for Caribbean Shores. I'd just like to wrap up by saying that this DNA bill will revolutionize crime fighting in Belize by providing a legal framework that establishes the national DNA database and provides mechanisms to facilitate the collection and the use of the DNA samples. And as Mr. Karim mentioned, extensive consultations were done. I spoke to the director of NFSS, and he assured me that all those considerations and all those issues that you brought up, Madam from Albert, have been considered and the safeguards put in place. To recap, the DNA bill seeks to accomplish, and the bill will provide for the following: the establishment and operational establishment of a national DNA database in a manner that respects persons' bodily integrity, its privacy, dignity, and is consistent with human rights under the Constitution. It establishes indices for the categorization and storage of DNA profiles in the DNA national database. It also provides reliable evidence for the purpose of prosecutions of offenses. It ensures that the personal data of a person whose DNA profile is entered in the national DNA database is protected and not accessed or shared without the requisite permission. It will also assist the police in carrying out an investigation with respect to an offense and establishes the administrative and procedural framework concerning the collection of the samples. I must say that with the passage of this bill, Belize now joins over 60 countries worldwide who has adopted the use of DNA database to further criminal investigations, to strengthen convictions, and to allow, very importantly, the exonerations of persons who may have been wrongfully accused of committing offenses. Importantly, the bill provides for adequate and proper oversight and safeguards to ensure the integrity and security of the national DNA database. This bill has been subjected to close scrutiny by our national criminal justice stakeholders through extensive consultation during the drafting process. I just want to thank my colleagues in Cabinet and thank my colleague from Caribbean Shores for the hard work and all the work that he did, along with the National Forensic Science Service, to putting a bill that for the first time in Belize will allow us to use DNA. Thank you so much.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to establish a national DNA database to provide a framework for the operation of the national DNA database in order to facilitate the collection and use of DNA samples in the investigation and prosecution of indictable offenses, to provide for the management, retention, and destruction of DNA samples and DNA profiles, to provide for the investigation of missing persons and unidentified deceased persons, to establish an oversight body, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to establish the DNA Bill 2025.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Sustainable Development, Climate Change, and Solid Waste Management.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the Climate Change and Carbon Markets Initiative Bill 2025. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to develop, implement, manage, and regulate mechanisms to enhance climate resilience and low-emission development for the sustainable development of Belize, to respect the objectives and principles of the International Climate Change Regime ratified in the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement, to establish a market in Belize to trade carbon credits, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of the opposition to make an intervention on the Climate Change and Carbon Market Initiatives Bill 2025. At the most recent the House Committee meeting, a lot of the concerns that were raised have now been taken into account with the amendments proposed to the bill. But there are two areas, or maybe three, that I'm not sure has sufficiently been taken under consideration. The first one has to do with the confusion over who actually owns the credits and who has the right to sell them. I believe that's Section 39, if I'm not wrong. And an amendment had been made, but I don't know if it goes far enough, and so we want to raise that as a concern. The other issue that we had was as it relates to the penalties, Madam Speaker. We feel certainly that those penalties, I think 20,000 is the cap, is far too low when we're looking at an industry or a market that measures in the millions and millions of dollars. So I don't know that 20,000 is a deterrent. And then the final issue for us, Madam Speaker, is that of the absence of public participation. So the bill does call for a registry, if you will, to hold all project and credit records. We believe that's a good step, but we believe it should go a little further, that to allow that register to be open to the public, that it should be online and searchable and user-friendly, particularly to the communities that matter, the communities that will be affected, to NGOs and to our journalists, and also to buyers of these carbon credits. Outside of that, Madam Speaker, the opposition supports this bill. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To address the concerns of the Leader of the Opposition, certainly, if you recall, the bill has gone through a long process. Early last year, we made the first introduction of the bill, and it went through a continued stakeholder consultation after the bill was presented for the first time. A little bit unusual, but it did go through. We didn't have the opportunity to present it for a second reading before the election, so we had to start the process again, and so 2 months ago it was reintroduced. That gave us the opportunity for more consultation, and stakeholders came in, gave their opinions, and then we had the parliamentary meetings where stakeholders came in. There was participation from all sides, NGOs, CBOs, and we had the participation, and thanks to the guidance of the people at the AG's ministry, the draft people especially. But I think we heard all the concerns, and so we tried to fit in all the amendments that were required. In terms of the confusion of who owns and who has the right and sell, the way the bill is staged, that it is a framework bill, and so you don't have all the details within the framework bill, because the framework bill is just what it says. After the bill now, we'll come up with the regulations. For example, one of the things that the people wanted to see within the bill was the benefit sharing mechanism. So what we did was we put in a paragraph to explain what the benefit sharing mechanism will be, but the actual benefit sharing regulations, and the entire regulation will come in afterwards. Additionally, we will also come up with, apart from those regulations, we have the standards that will come up, the policy that will come up. And to mention, Madam Speaker, at the COP just now in Brazil, we had a meeting with the World Bank. We had some consultations with the people from Taiwan and other institutions who are willing to assist us to come up with the regulations and the standards and the policy. So we have assistance coming up for that already. In terms of the penalties, possibly the cap might be too low. But this is, if you look at the what the penalties are talking about, is basically when you forfeit or don't come up with the transparency that is required, because you really can't sell anything if you do not go through the registry. So anybody that wants to have a carbon project will have to apply to the registry and say, well, I have this carbon project where I'm developing, whether I'm planting trees or I'm planting mangroves, or I have a project to trap carbon dioxide or to reduce emissions. Those are all carbon projects, and so you'll have to put that in. And so unless you lie, there's no transparency. That is why it's there. But it's not something very serious. You also mentioned the issue of the absence of public participation. I think that there was sufficient public participation, especially during the consultative process. We had, like I said, NGOs, CBOs, the private sector, everybody had that opportunity. The registry is open, or will be open. The way if you notice clearly on the framework bill, it says that the Chief Climate Change Officer will be the registrar for the bill, and also that we're forming within the climate change bill, converting the National Climate Change Office to a climate change department. So it'd be a full-fledged department. Within that, you also have an MRV unit, which is the monitoring, verification, and reporting unit, which provides all the transparency for the entire bill itself. So, yes. Anybody can access it. Yes, anybody can access it. I don't know if, for example, if you want to know what a private developer is doing, you might be able to see what is going to be provided on the internet through the National Climate Change Department. I don't know exactly what detailed information you can get from the private sector, but anything that has to do with national land or national carbon credits, that will be open to the public. Yeah. But I also wanted to mention, Madam Speaker, since I'm here, because we do have a lot of work being done and has been done from our National Climate Change Office. Really and truly, right now we have our team in Brazil, still trying to conclude the climate negotiations. And I just want to mention at this point that it's a young team. We had participation from the National Climate Change Office, but we had from the Public Service, we had from the Ministry of Public Utilities, Fisheries Department, and I think a youth group was also, a youth representative was also there. And these young people are there doing around the negotiating table until 1 o'clock in the morning. This morning when we were in the session at about 11 o'clock, I got a report that there was a fire in the building. Everybody had to be evacuated, and I was texting while I'm here, trying to see that everybody was okay, and luckily every one of our negotiators are outside and safe. But just to mention that we have won seats on key bodies in key committees. One, we won a seat on the consultative group of experts representing Latin America and the Caribbean. So I think that's a great accomplishment. Two, we won a seat on the advisory board of the Climate Technology Center for 2 years, representing small island developing states. 3, we won a seat on the supervisory body under Article 6.4 of the Paris Agreement, representing SIDS, providing direct influence over global market mechanism rules, which is directly related to our carbon bill. So they will have some influence over making certain decisions in that area. On the loss and damage fund, we won a board member to be an alternate to the primary board member, and also we managed to get Belize, because we got our person in there about the second day after the negotiation started. We are now eligible to be able to submit proposals of up to $20 million per proposal to the loss and damage fund board. So as soon as my team comes back, we start working as soon as they come back. And Belize now participates in guiding the new loss and damage fund, which addresses financial response to climate impacts in vulnerable countries. Also, on technology, the Technology Executive Committee representing GRULAC, we won a member on that board, and that will be the person a young person who's representing us from the Energy and Utilities Ministry. So also we had on the UNFCCC process facilitation, one of our young representatives there was a rapporteur on the SBI committee and a co-facilitator of the negotiation streams for technology. So with all that, I think our participation up to date has been very fruitful. There are different projects and the different meetings that we held. Minister Osman Martinez from MET, we'll be having some meetings with them because we are able to finalize certain projects with GCF, with the GEF, that will assist us to move our climate change bill and carbon bill forward, but also to get funding through PACT for different projects within the National Protected Area System. Thanks. There were 8 from our ministry, 1 from Public Utilities, that's 9, 10, 11, 12 persons from government. The rest, we had a bigger team, but including 5 Cs who are not, they just go along with us. Yes, we provided a way for the 2 members of the indigenous community from Toledo to also be there. We also met and had a meeting with them in Brazil. Yes, yes, yes. Tourism was a new thing this year at the COP.
We weren't there.
Yeah, no, it was new. Yeah. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to develop, implement, manage, and regulate mechanisms to enhance climate resilience and low-emission development for the sustainable development of Belize, to respect the objectives and principles of the international climate change regime ratified in the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement, to establish a market in Belize to trade carbon credits, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to develop, implement, manage, and regulate the Climate Change and Carbon Markets Initiative Bill 2025, Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a Committee of the Whole House to consider the bills that were read a second time. I would like to ask any members of the media, those who may be in the gallery once more to leave during this portion of the sitting.
Bills for third reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Investment, Economic Transformation, Civil Aviation, and E-Governance.
Madam Speaker, I rise to move the third reading of a bill for an act to appropriate for further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2025. I ask that the question be put.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2025 be read a third time. All those in favour kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2025.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I rise to move the third reading of a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2025. I ask that the question be put.
It's 31st of March. Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2026 be read a third time. All those in favour kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2026.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Home Affairs and Enterprise.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the DNA Bill 2025 and passed it with amendments. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to establish a national DNA database to provide a framework for the operation of the national DNA database in order to facilitate the collection and use of DNA samples in the investigation and prosecution of indictable offences, to provide for the management, retention and destruction of DNA samples and DNA profiles, to provide for the investigation of missing persons and unidentified deceased persons, to establish an oversight body, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favour kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to establish the DNA Bill 2025.
Is the Honourable Minister of Sustainable Development, Climate Change and Solid Waste Management.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Climate Change and Carbon Market Initiatives Bill 2025 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to develop, implement, manage and regulate mechanisms to enhance climate resilience and low emission development for the sustainable development of Belize to respect the objectives and principles of the International Climate Change Regime ratified in the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement, to establish a market in Belize to trade carbon credits and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favour kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to develop, implement, manage and regulate the Climate Change and Carbon Markets Initiatives Bill 2025.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
I recognize the member for Mesopotamia.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on a matter of public importance. Public concerns, yes. Madam Speaker, the PUC just approved a 13.5% water tariff increase for BWS. Let's make just some maths right here. The revenue for BWS $53.6 million. A 13.5% increase is roughly $7.2 million, with a yearly average profit around $4.5 million. So every year for the next couple of years, roughly, just an average $7 to $8 million increase in terms of revenue, plus whatever profits they were seeing that they're continuing the same trend. So definitely it'll be well into the 8 figures in terms of the profits. BWS has not increased water rates since April 2015. That's 10 years ago. But yet, in those 10 years, they still managed to remain profitable. So why all of a sudden the 13.5% rate? And yes, I heard the Prime Minister and the other side said that inflation, cost of living, salaries, and all that. And I do understand those things. But this is forcing Belizean families to finance what government should be financing. This 13.5% increase comes at the worst possible time for our people. According to the SIB, inflation across the board is up. And I won't get into the details in terms of how much percents and stuff like that. That's why I said I'll do it. Yes, sir. Families are already choosing between medicine and food. They cannot absorb another massive utility rate increase. Cost of living across the board is up. The Prime Minister has already signaled that rates for BL will definitely go up also. Here's what makes this BWS rate increase really kind of unacceptable, Madam Speaker. The executive chairman of BWS stated that their operations can remain sustainable without their increase. Yet in the same breath, their business plan admits they are extremely cash-strapped. And that was on the news, Madam Speaker. So I don't know which one it is. Either you're profitable and you got money, you're not profitable and you don't got money, or which way? You need to decide which way you want to go. Are they one of the most financially stable water utilities in the Caribbean? And I recall hearing that same phrase too, that the chairman said, the executive, I think it was the executive director said. Or are they cash-strapped? Belizeans deserve transparency, not contradictions. Also, Madam Speaker, BWS must demonstrate that they have exhausted all cost-cutting measures, or renegotiated contracts, or pursued alternative funding to cover the expansion projects that you're asking for, the $130 million and $20 million for Placentia, Key Carker, San Pedro support rapid population growth increase services. Madam Speaker, BWS has increased the debt from $58 million in 2020 to $107 million 2025. The management team increased from 9 to 16. Staff increased from 285, which got a cost of $13 million 2021, to 346 at a cost of $17.2 million 2025, a $4.2 million increase per year. So when you take that $4.2 million plus when they're profitable about 4.5, that gives you almost $9 million already. Then in donations in 2021 and prior, roughly under 6 figures, roughly $70,000. That's what the report said. And now in 2020, and now the last report was donations is $582,000. That's an 800% increase. So that's wastage, Madam Speaker. Travel, 2021, under $200,000. Now it's $341,000. That's a 72% increase. If they needed, at least, the increase, at least try to cut some corners in the business, cut savings before they increase it to the public. We call on the PUC to remember its mandate to protect the consumers and apply the same principle that led to the rejection of BEL's rate increase suggestion. But of course, we know that this next year they will increase the BEL rates already. Madam Speaker, there's another line here that says consumption of up to 1,000 gallons. The current rate, flat rate, is $8.72. For all consumption of up to 1,000 gallons will be replaced with per gallon rate. The removal of the flat rate improves fairness for low consumption consumers by charging them for only what they use. Madam Speaker, I'm going to do a little couple maths here also. A family of three, not too much. Family of three use the restroom 3 times a day. So every time you use the bathroom and flush it, roughly 2 to 2.5 gallons of flush it. So if you go for the restroom 3 times a day, that's 22.5 gallons for the day. And for the shower, I'd say probably about 10 gallons, when you want for shower. And then that comes up to 30 gallons for the day. In total, day usage is 52.5 gallons per day, low consumption. So that puts us at 30 days, so that puts us at 1,500 plus gallons per month. And so what is not mentioned is what will be the rate for the flat, when they take away the flat rate, what will be the rate per gallon? It's already $8 and change for the flat rate, and of course they probably go over another 500 gallon. So probably what, $12, what if taken into the consideration $8 for $9 for 1,000 gallons, so it'd probably be about $12, $13 for the $1,500 of water. So what is the rate for the new revision when they take away the flat rate? So, Madam Speaker, those are just some of the questions we'd like to know, and hopefully that BWS can manage their finances more properly and don't ask for any more rate increase for the future. Thanks.
I recognize the Minister for Public Utilities.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as usual, I would recommend that the member for Mesopotamia take the time to speak to myself or to somebody at BWS to get these clarifications. Madam Speaker, not even a month ago, the BWS was voted as the gold standard across the Caribbean, and so that BWS has established themselves as the leader in the providers of water and wastewater management across the Caribbean. In terms of the rate increases, Madam Speaker, this did not just happen like that. What happened is that BWS is mandated to submit an annual tariff review to the PUC, and it is the PUC who reviews these fees and determine whether or not BWS would be entitled to an increase or not. But, Madam Speaker, what the member from Mesopotamia is not saying is that the social tariff, the people who benefit from the social tariff, is going to be expanded so that the most vulnerable people in the community will continue to benefit from these social rates, Madam Speaker. Additionally, as you look across this country, when you look at San Pedro, when you look at Hopkins, when you look at Placencia, which are the major hubs for tourism in this country, some of the biggest income earners, how are we going to be able to improve the water and wastewater systems there if the water rates are not increased to provide this added economic benefit to the country? Similarly, Madam Speaker, over $130 million will go into expanding water services throughout the country. Madam Speaker, in the last administration, we gave away 10,000 house lots. People want water, people want electricity, and this is what this government is working for, to provide these things to the Belizean public. So, Madam Speaker, this increase by BWS is really just a 5.5% increase on the water bill. And I don't think it is so extravagant that the Belizean people do not understand the benefits that they would be deriving from this, Madam Speaker.
Recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I promise to be brief. We've had a long day. Madam Speaker, I rise to raise a matter of public concern, and that has to do with the lack of transparency and accountability by this administration, Madam Speaker. I have in my hand the Good Governance in Belize motion of 2021. There was quite a lot of fanfare, Madam Speaker, when the new administration had their inaugural meeting on the foothills, Independence Hill, when we went through this long presentation on good governance. And then, Madam Speaker, that was not sufficient. The new administration proceeded to come to this National Assembly with this motion. And if I may quote from the motion itself, this was a notice given on the 14th of December 2020. It says in the preamble number 6 that the government would, and I quote, will work to eliminate economic and social privileges and disparity among Belizeans, and to protect the right of all life, liberty, access to affordable education, universal health care, land and housing, and the right to live in peaceful communities. Madam Speaker, the recitals continue. Number 9, that the new administration would insist on good and transparent governance and to hold accountable those who betray the public good. It would implement measures, Madam Speaker, to ensure that the 3 branches of government, i.e. the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary, to function as truly complementary but independent branches as envisioned in the Constitution. The Good Governance motion, Madam Speaker, also spoke to taking measures to reduce discretionary ministerial powers in order to increase administrative efficiency and eliminate, where possible, political intervention. And I want to read one more recital, Madam Speaker, part of the resolution, that it said, the government said that it would implement a national budget planning, implementing and monitoring system to guarantee transparency of the budget by engaging, Madam Speaker, civil society, local government, and electoral divisions in the budget process. I assume that didn't only mean the electoral divisions on the government side, but the 5 electoral divisions here on the opposition side.
Excuse me, member, I just want to be clear. The lack of transparency
Transparency and accountability in accordance with the Good Governance motion, Madam Speaker.
But we're not revising a debate on the Good Governance motion, because that's a
Would you allow me to make the presentation, Madam Speaker?
I will, but I want to make sure that we're not about to revive a debate on a motion that was already passed. Because you have been reading from the motion. I'm just asking for that clarity. So
I'm giving the Belizean people a reminder, Madam Speaker, of what the motion said in 2021, if I would be allowed to do so.
Member, I don't mean to be facetious on the matter. It's on adjournment, it's a matter of national importance, public concern. You stood on the point saying lack of transparency, and you asked to read the governance motion, which has been fully debated and passed. It is a standing order that we don't revive debates on it. Therefore, I'm asking for clarity so that I don't have to be interrupting again when I don't hear where your presentation is going on the lack of transparency. That is what you stood on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am not trying to revive a debate. My intention of reading from the motion is to remind the Belizean people and the members on that side the commitment they made to the Belizean people regarding this motion.
Again, my apologies. It's not about semantics. You're asking to remind the Belizean public about commitments the government has made, but you stood on the public concern of lack of transparency. I just want you to bring that together. Member of Potamia stood on a specific point, and his point was specific to that. I'm having difficulty seeing the link. That's all I'm asking. You said remind, but then you stood on, you have a concern of lack of transparency.
Speaker, if you would just allow me another minute or so, you may see the link. And I'm sure that you're not trying to shut me down. The reality, Madam Speaker...
No. Of course, I would... No, I don't need to practice yoga. I just want to be clear. We have standing orders, members, and there's no need to even suggest or insinuate by any means, even when framing it with a question, that I am not shutting the opposition down. I think my record shows quite differently. I'm simply stating a matter of point. There's rules, we have them. What is a matter of national importance on the adjournment, as in Standing Order 13? You stated, Member for Albert, Leader of Opposition, lack of transparency. But I am not hearing that. What I am hearing, as you have rightfully said, you are reading from the governance motion, a motion that has been fully ventilated, debated, and passed, and that is not allowed to it is not allowed to revive. So I asked for caution on it, and you told me that you're bringing back. You will show me the link in a few. By me asking for that is not me shutting down the opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This administration promised to establish the gold standard in transparency and accountability. It did so in a motion passed in this House, passed and fully ventilated in this House in December of 2021. But the reality, Madam Speaker, is far from the promise. We can look just what has transpired over the last 3 months, if I am not allowed to go back any further, Madam Speaker. When we look at the bio-data agreement that we signed with the U.S. Embassy. When we looked at the safe third country arrangements that we have recently put in place and ratified at the Senate. When we look, Madam Speaker, at the issue of an investigation on a allegedly state abduction of a Belizean citizen, where the Honorable Prime Minister said publicly that an investigation was ordered. And based on that investigation, Madam Speaker, the investigating officer, Assistant Commissioner Suzette Anderson, indicated that she herself believed a private investigation ought to be conducted. Madam Speaker, it was the Prime Minister who said, not Tracy, not the member for the Albert, not the members on the opposition side, Madam Speaker, that the matter would be sent to the Attorney General's Ministry So a proper investigation can be done into the DPP. And the DPP's response to the file was not that the file was nothing, Madam Speaker. The file was less than nothing. A matter of this significance and of this national importance, where a Belizean has been abducted and handed over to hostile territory. There is a procedure, Prime Minister. There is a procedure.
We do need to hear.
When several weeks after that incident, the Prime Minister was none the wiser. According to him, he wasn't aware. There was no report, no entry in a diary, nothing. However, because he was under public pressure, he decided to look into the matter. And now, not the member for Albert, not the leader of the opposition, not Tracy Panton, but the DPP has said that the file she received, I gather, based on the report that was taken to cabinet, was less than nothing. There is nothing, and then there is less than nothing, Madam Speaker. We have seen the brazen abuse of public institutions. We have seen contracts and favors.
Madam Speaker, that's now it moved from transparency to blatant abuse. She needs to make up her mind. Talking about transparency, she needs to keep it to that.
Continue, Member for Albert. We are on the lack of transparency. I have noted you've cited 2 points, the matter being the third Safe Country Agreement, which you're saying as a matter of public concern. While that was not in this House, but in the other chamber, the information wasn't forthcoming. And then you're saying on the investigation regarding, I will just say, the Budna case, that also has some issues of transparency. And you're citing the DPP's remarks on that. Is that correct? I need to hear from the member that I have interpreted a matter of national public importance correctly.
Madam Speaker, are you suggesting that I cannot cite cases where there has been a lack of transparency and accountability by this administration?
By no means am I saying that, but I believe we have had this exchanged on more than one occasion. Standing Order 13 speaks to a specific lack of transparency. It speaks to a matter of national importance or public importance. Lack of transparency is a very broad category. It can cover many areas of which you are deeming to have had a lack of transparency, which is a concern. That can have us here for many hours. I'm asking, what are the specific examples in order for the minister responsible to address the concern of lack of transparency? Is it your intention to list 20, 30, 40, 10, 5? Because that is a matter of concern, if that is where this is going.
Madam Speaker, I have 5 examples of lack of transparency and accountability by this administration.
Madam
An
Speaker,
example of lack of transparency and accountability.
if I can, Madam Speaker, on a point of order, and I heard your question just now, there are 2 points. Number one, the Leader of the Opposition has brought up a number of issues, examples as she said, but in the adjournment, because it's a matter of public importance, so that one minister can respond, she has brought up a matter dealing with national IDs, I believe that would be Ministry of E-Governance. She has brought up a matter dealing with a foreign affairs aspect, that's a different ministry. She has brought up a criminal justice matter, and I would remind
the Leader of Opposition, that matter is before the court, and we should not be debating that matter in this Honorable House according to the standing orders. There is a claim in the court currently. So if you're listing 5 different examples, it could be 5 different ministries, and only one minister would be able to respond, and that's the issue with this such a broad topic. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, as I was saying, that's specifically why I'm trying to get the clarity, because we have to ask, it's a minister and not several ministers that are responsible to respond. Lack of transparency is a broad category. You have cited 2, and the 2 cases the 2 examples are already 2 separate ministers. One of the examples you've cited is a matter that is a live matter. I will repeat it, the Budna case that is before the court. So for my records, you've cited 1, and that is the issue related to the third party, third country safe agreement. That's a matter for the Minister of Foreign Affairs. If you continue to cite other examples that are not related to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, then they cannot be addressed.
I will not participate in the semantics because the member for Orange Walk Central, who happens to be the Prime Minister of this country, can respond to this matter of concern, national concern, which is the lack of transparency and accountability in his administration.
On a point of order, the Leader of the Opposition cannot instruct the Speaker of the House as to what she should or should not do. So we need to make that very clear.
Certainly that was not an instruction to the Speaker of the House. I was commenting, member for Orange Walk Central, that certainly as a leader and the Prime Minister, you have the ability to respond to the issue of lack of transparency and accountability in your government. But I take it, Madam Speaker, I will not be allowed in this House, but I will be allowed when I speak publicly on the issues that continue to demonstrate that there is a lack of trust, accountability, and transparency by this Briceño administration. It is unacceptable, and I ask the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, and his cabinet to take some time, Madam Speaker, to review their motion on good governance and their commitment to the Belizean people about establishing the gold standard for transparency and accountability in this country. And I ask them, Madam Speaker, to ensure that they follow the commitment that they made to us as citizens of Belize, Madam Speaker. Here we go, Madam Speaker. There has been a resignation of a member of cabinet, Madam Speaker, and there is no response other than to say he had a terrible fall from a horse, Madam Speaker. And so those on this side of the House wish to express our best wishes for the member for Orange Walk South. We hope he gets the medical care he needs and that he will be back to full strength, Madam Speaker, and hopefully back in cabinet. Since we don't know if it's a resignation or if it's a medical leave. The Prime Minister continues, Madam Speaker, to confuse the public because of the lack of transparency and accountability in his administration. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I move the adjournment.
Honorable members, the question is that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.